This is a conversation between a friend of mine and myself. He is working on a mod for Advanced Wars 2, and so what we did was we talked about just generally what the problems were with the characters initially in Advanced Wars. We go over Advanced Wars 1, then 2, and then the mods. So we talk about what the problems were initially, and then we talk about what changes he did to them, why he did the changes, and within there are all sorts of other discussions about design and decisions and all sorts of stuff like that. If you hear a bunch of clicking noises in it, that's me messing with a lotion bottle while we're talking, so I apologize about that. This is sort of we're publishing it just for fun so the people who are interested in it can come and watch, but for the most part it's just two guys talking, not really much of a podcast type thing. But if you want to watch, enjoy. If not, that's cool. It's here if you want it ever. We also lost the first 37 minutes of the conversation. Great 37 minutes. It possibly could have been the best 37 minutes, but you're going to get the version of it without it, and that's what you get. We're just going to start off right where we left off. No, we're not even rolling into it. You're getting the just 37 minutes cut off, and then we're rolling. You're missing a lot of context, but that's not my problem.
There we go. I think I got paused or something. Anyway, yeah, the characters I have below that, I think just about everyone's alright. No one's actually bad except for Sonya. They just don't really have anything specific, so they just feel bad. Like, I really like Olaf. He doesn't have... Him and Andy don't actually have any powers. But... in the Snow Super does feel kind of weird. But... once you learn how to use it, it's actually surprisingly strong. Just because of how hard...
Do Strum and Sammy's abilities get around snow?
Sturm's doesn't actually. In fact, I think they put that in the bio. If it's raining or it's snowing, his power gets turned off. So if you're under random weather, he's gonna lose it like a fourth of the time. Which I guess seemed balanced to them, but it doesn't really come up much. But yeah, the amount of movement penalty Snow inflicts is surprisingly high. I mean, you can just shut down... He's a very defensive control-y type character. You'd really just want to hold on to it until you find an opportunity to delay your opponent doing something, where just stopping you from capturing something or stopping them from moving out or moving into something. Or just drop... Or where I like to drop it is I'd like to drop it the turn before I'm going to give my opponent their super. So if they either have to wait on it a whole extra turn or not get much out of it. There's a lot of little applications you can do, but it's a very open-ended power, and I do really like it. Especially because he's immune to not only his own snow, but just snow in general. So if you have random weather on, then occasionally you'll just massively outmaneuver your opponent for the turn. I think Drake probably has the best power in the game. Just 1 point of damage globally to everyone is just so good. Not only because you don't have to think about how to use it. You don't have to wait for a situation. You can just smack it every time your meter fills up, and you just get so much value out of it. And it's the only thing that I'd say holds him even to the level he is, because having buffed ships isn't really... It's kind of like not having a power in Advanced Wars, sadly.
So none of the multiplayer maps really take advantage of ships?
Well, you can design maps to put ships. The problem is that they're so lucratively expensive that you'd be better buying literally anything else. And a lot of... Not to mention, in the vanilla game, they can't move over bridges or shoals, and the amount of area they can actually cover is just so small anyway. It makes it really hard to use. I mean, battleships are kind of strong in a vacuum, but for 28,000 gold, you could buy, like, 4 tanks, or, like, almost 5
Yeah.
artilleries, or 2 big tanks. Like, it's just the value just isn't there for any of them. And the others are just so hyper specific and work only between themselves. There's just not much use for them. Cause
Yeah, like the submarine is only for against battleships, and then the other ones
yeah,
for only against submarines.
yeah, the cruiser can actually shoot against air units too. In fact, that's what it's that's what actual cruisers are supposed to do. It's just that why would you do the rate is really bad on them, so you'd better off just making your own air units. So having I mean, the buff he gives your ship is crazy good. It's plus 20% defense and then an extra point of movement, but you have to use ships and you get knocked on your aircraft, which are much more valuable. So it's basically just the trade-off of having a really good super for having weak aircraft, and it's just not really worth it. I still do think that
Mhm.
makes him better than Andy, though, who's probably, other than Sonya, I think Andy's probably the worst character in the game, just because he doesn't have a power, and his super is probably the weakest one of the bunch. 2 HP barely amounts to anything at any point, because once a unit's lost like 4 or 5 HP, it just can't really do much of anything anyway. It just. I guess they thought it was supposed to be complementary to Drake's power, but that's just not how HP really works.
He feels like just like a
Well,
super vanilla.
yeah, and he's very. Well, like, you played with him in
These are
story. Whenever you used Hyper Upgrade, I mean, how much of a difference did it feel like it really made?
um not too much. There were some situations that I think it was at least slightly useful in terms of possibly keeping the units alive a little bit longer. But or like let's say a unit was knocked a little bit, I could bring them up to do a little
Yeah,
bit more damage to their enemies, um,
but it's
or their
very,
units, whatever.
but
But for the most part,
very niche cases for the most part.
yeah.
Um, they do have a workaround from the future installments that I'll bring up in a bit. I don't know if you interacted with Sonya because she's not
No,
on all
not
of the
once.
paths. Um, but yeah, they. So her thing is she's supposed to be the fog of war centered CO, where her power is that she gets 1 extra point of vision on all of her units, but in return she has a bad luck rating. So how that rolls is that after most everyone has a good luck and bad luck rating, but from every other character the bad luck rating is just a 0, so it doesn't roll it, or basically
Mhm.
doesn't roll it anyway. But she has a 20. So first, she how the game runs is that it takes your damage, rolls 1 to 9 for your good luck, adds that on, and then rolls 1 to 19 for your bad luck, and then subtracts that. So it's basically like all of her units are almost as bad as Grit's, but for every single one of them. And worst part of all, the actual value is completely random, so you have no idea what's going to happen.
And she doesn't get any other buff to any unit.
No, her day-to-day power is just 1 extra space of vision, and her superpower is to get 1 extra space of vision beyond that, and she can see into the shoals and the forests without having to be next to them for 1 turn. Which, I mean,
One turn. Oh my god.
well, actually, there's one other thing. Her HP is hidden on the table view from your opponent, so it just shows a question mark instead of a number, which sounds kind of good, except that if you have you can just turn your animations on, and you can see how much damage you did after the fact, and so long as you remember it, it's like it's not even there, which I don't think they accounted for too well. If you're playing on fog, that's the thing is if you're not playing with fog on, then she doesn't having extra vision doesn't mean anything at all in the first place. So it's like not having a power or a super because they're entirely focused on fog stuff. But if you are, and I assume you are if you play with her, then you could run a unit back and then once your opponent loses track of it, they technically can't, I guess, but she just doesn't really get much for just how bad minus 20% on her luck is.
Yeah, she's an information character, but you rarely ever get the chance to need to gather information.
I think her design on paper is fine. They just made the number. They just gave her way too much bad luck, which they fix her later on and she plays just fine. But they definitely did not stick the landing in Advance Wars 1. But other than Max and Sonya, I think everyone feels really good, and I absolutely adore this game. Moving on to...
And then where does that lead to Advance Wars 2?
So in Advance Wars 2, everyone got... The game plays mostly the same. Units all do the same damage. They all have the same stats. One new unit is added, which is a bigger version of the tank that costs more and does more damage. But, I mean, that doesn't change the unit ecosystem at all, so the game plays basically the same. What has changed is that damage you do gets you half their worth in meter rather than 25%, which is a very welcome change, because it was 25 to 100 is way too lopsided. But and now every character has, in a sense, they have two super moves. Like a smaller one, you can save up and go for a bigger one. Most of the bigger and smaller moves are the same, just with higher numbers, but a couple characters have slightly different effects on them. There's also...
Do you have a tier list for the characters for that one?
I do, and I have the full list, like the actual, what the characters are and what they have for all their stuff in a text file I'll pull up in a moment. So, there's 8 new characters. Every army got 1 new person, and Black Hole now has a full group of people like everyone else. So, the gist of this one is instead of every mission is going to be against Black Hole instead of Orange Star battling against all the other countries. Each mission is one of the countries battling against Black Hole. So like I said,
okay.
you get to use the full cast this time around. So it's a lot. I think it makes it for a lot. Well, there's a lot more you can do design-wise for the levels, but it also makes it easier just to get a feel for the cast that the first one didn't. So I think the total is 4. It's 3 for the yellow, blue, and green, 4 for black, and 5 for red. It's counted as 4 for the
It looks like it's 5 for black.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah, I miscounted. It is 5 for black. My bad. So throughout most of the game, it's just 4 for red. The 4 that were in the last game. But if you beat hard mode, you can unlock the shopkeeper Hachi as a playable character too, and he's pretty goofy.
So you never play as him. And is this tier list focused on single player or multiplayer? I imagine
it's multiplayer. I don't think there is a tier. I think all the characters are largely equal for single player. The game was specifically designed around what they were doing, rather than pitting them against each other.
Yeah, each map is designed around the character.
Yeah, so it's very... Yeah, the single player for all the games is it's fantastic. I love it. But, yeah, so... Well, I think things are pretty well balanced. First of all, things got... I don't know what happened moving from 1 to 2, but they tuned up way too many things. It's kind of crazy. So, I'll go from order from the characters as we met them. So, Max, justifiably, was pretty nerfed. They took the 50% and turned it down to a 20%. They also took a super down from, I think it was 85% to like 40, and then if you do the extra one, you get 60 and a second point of move. So he's. It sounds like a lot, but he's actually still pretty good. I didn't. I think he's almost just fine. He's probably the only big change they made that I think turned out really well of the bunch. I don't really have any complaints there. Sammy.
Do you think it was too much of a nerf?
Oh no, I think it was fine. 20% is perfect. It sounds like a lot on paper, but in gameplay, 20 is still
That's still
it
a
still
lot, yeah.
feels strong. Um, Sammy, they removed her 10% from defense, but then turned her attack up to 30%. And while I think 20
For infantry only?
for infantry and mechs,
Okay.
I think 12-11 is a stronger stat line, but 30% extra damage is really good. I mean, her mechs are going to almost one-shot tanks and most other small vehicles if you get them into range. It's pretty crazy. Also, her normal power is the same as it was before, just with slightly lower damage. But her super, it costs 80,000, but it gives her units the ability to capture any property they touch immediately for that turn.
Jeez.
So, if you just drop a whole bunch of men, pop the power, and they can just swarm around and just get several things all at once. And worst of all, and she's become another map design issue, is that if you can sneak a infantry, like put an infantry in a transport, sneak it around, and if you can get to the HQ and pop your power, you instantly win the game, basically. So maps have to be designed around Sammy, at least in vanilla. So I think
That's pretty insane.
I think she's a little stronger than she was before, about the same, but I don't think she was really fine on either game. She was tolerable, but I wouldn't have left her in either state. Andy, I really like what they did. It's one of the reasons why, well, I don't like the idea of having regular powers and superpowers, because the superpowers just kind of, having numbers go that high kind of makes things feel really swingy. But they left
What is the money difference required or gauge
every
difference?
every CO has a different gauge. Um, I'll post something in it later, but most of them are 30,000, 60,000. Some are a little. Some go higher, some go lower. But I'd say the majority of the cast is 30-60. So, in addition to the
Okay.
power he had in Advance Wars 1, which for some reason they left unchanged, he now has a superpower. His superpower at 60,000 gives him plus 5 HP to all his units, plus 1 move on all his units, and plus 20% attack on all his units.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty
So
good.
it sounds like you never use his first
No.
tier. You
It's
pretty much only save up for his second tier.
Yeah, he still doesn't have any regular, like, he doesn't have anything day to day. He's still vanilla, but that's for the price they ask for it. I think his super is probably one of the best in the game. Cause like most of the powers on that level are cost a little bit more than that, but it's also all he has going for him. So I think it's enough to make him not feel meh anymore. But
Mm-hmm.
as much of 5 HP is definitely enough to swing most units back to usability. But at the same time, you also have to play a little differently so that you can get the most out of it. Because most of the time, your weak units, you're just going to use them as fodder or decoys, since you can't really, or just merge them back into something else. But with Andy, you want to try and hold on to your weakened units, just pull them back, and then wait until you can get a hyper upgrade, and then you can bring everything you had all the way back in, and it's quite a momentum push. I think I think he's all right. I think he's just a wee bit under. I think he's a little bit undertuned, but I'd say like Max. I think he's almost perfect right where he is. I think they did a pretty good job, at least with the new stuff they gave him.
Mm-hmm.
Nell is completely unchanged. And I didn't change Nell either. I don't think there's anything you really can do with a design like that. Um,
Yeah, it's like so. You would have to change its entire concept in order to fix it.
yeah, pretty pretty much. Um, so looking into the list I put right here, I would say Max is on the S level.
Hold on, what doing what with Ballista?
The one I just posted in
Oh,
the
I didn't see you
text.
posted
So
another.
I'd say Advanced Wars 1 Max is about on par with the single S level. I think they're all four of them are about as good as Max was. Maybe a little tiny bit worse, but generally on the same level. The double S ones, and to their credit, they weren't intended to be balanced, so they explicitly Sturm was way tuned up from the first game, and Hachi was just supposed to be a fun Easter egg, so they didn't try to balance him anyway.
Can you use him in multiplayer?
He's available, but all six of those characters are banned if you go on Advanced Wars by web or play with anyone, for the most part. Because the thing is, it's not just that they're on a different power level; they aren't even balanced within each other. Like, who has the advantage is just gonna be depend entirely on the map because they're so wildly out of tune in various directions. I have that ordered, but I don't really think you can order them outside of a vacuum.
What is Kambe's new stuff?
Yeah, okay, so Kambai, before he was 20-20 for 20%. Now he's 30-30 for 20%. This gives him. He's now at points where it's almost impossible to actually interact with him because with 30% extra defense on top of terrain, in addition to how hard he's hitting you back, any any unit attacking a roughly equivalent unit is going to come out. Even if you get the first strike, it's barely going to come out even. And most of the time, he's just anything slightly behind is going to get bulldozed. I mean, Kambai's a really simple character. His problem was they just turned the numbers up too much on him. You just can't interact with him at 30%. Defense also is kind of calculated weird in Advanced Wars, where attack is the percentage goes equal to the amount you do, whereas the defense is a flat decrease. So like 100% attack buff would only be twice as much as you had, but a 100% defense buff would mean you take 0 damage from everything. So they're not really equal. And having 30% defense, he just takes so little damage from everything. Because if you plug a unit on a forest or a city, he's only taking half damage, and that's on his day to day.
So the stars are equal to
10% apiece.
Increments of 10%.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
that's dumb.
It's pretty dumb. So his superpower is that in addition to the attack, all of his powers are overcosted. His little power is mostly the same, but I think it's a tiny bit more. But it's 40,000 for. He rises from 30-30 to 150-140. It's still technically a 20-10, but it's on top of it. And only costs 40, so it's marginally better. But his superpower, it turns his defense up to 160. So if you have a unit plugged onto a city, it only takes 10% of the damage it would have taken normally. So if something was going to one-shot it, it would do 1 damage for that turn. And worst of all, they gave him a counterattack increase. So when he's attacking defensively, his damage gets buffed up 50% on top of everything else. So
Wait, is that the
yeah, that's
superpower
part of the
or
super.
default?
Yeah.
Okay.
So his
So do supers last your turn and into the next their
yeah,
turn?
it's just the same like it is in one. It's just your turn and the turn after. Well, I mean, not the turn after, but your opponent's turn. So, yeah, it's basically his units just become invincible for a turn. They're already so strong. Combi, Combi is arguably with the two above him, but I think if you play smart, they still beat Combi just because he's just so simple, and what they do is
Mm-hmm.
so crazy. Um, Actually, I'll go from the top down from here. So Sturm went from having 130 80 and 80 12 to 12 12. So he's basically like Combi was in Advance Wars 1, except he doesn't have the extra cost. On top of his free terrain movement he always had. So basically,
Oh god.
yeah, he's. Well, and to his credit, he wasn't supposed to be balanced in any capacity. They
Mm-hmm.
just wanted him to be massively overbearing, and they did a good job. He's miserable to play against. He only has he still only has one power, unlike everyone else who has the little and the big one. And it's the same as it was in the first game, 8 damage meteor, but he also gets a stat buff to all of his units to take him up to 1 to 15, 14. So they're almost as bulky defensively as Combat gets on his power. They do take a little damage, but it's not worth attacking them anyway, so it might as well be the same. He's just it's just so ridiculous.
Yeah, that's absurd.
Now Hachi's very interesting. So his day-to-day power is that everything costs 10% less, which is honestly relatively fair. I mean, that's a very strong power in a balanced environment, but what makes him crazy is that for 30,000, his little power for 30,000, he cuts down cost to 50% a turn. So, for that turn, heavy tanks are going to cost from 16 to 8,000. Bombers will be like from 22 to 11. I mean, you can just get the amount of gold you're going to put onto the field from that is just massive.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a really good power in itself, but his super, which is 5 stars, grants that ability, and it grants you the ability for that turn to deploy units from cities. So, let's say there's like a dozen cities on the map, and he has like 4 or 5 of them, then he basically gets to have 8 bases that turn, and they all cost half price.
That's
So,
gross.
I mean, it's a problem for a number of reasons, just for the sheer value he gets out of it, but because most maps are designed with the bases on opposite ends, so you have to make the march. Him being able to deploy things right where the battle is happening is such. It's the speed he gets from that is just so insane that even
So, like, essentially, once he gets one or two on the opponent's half, he is about to trample.
pretty much. But normally you could play around that, and to be fair, his units are completely vanilla all the way through. He doesn't get any bonuses on them. So if he was to play against, if he plays against Sturm or Combi, the day-to-day trades are going to be worse. But the sheer amount of output he can have by having just so many more bases than his opponent and putting out so much bigger units than his opponent that the numbers just don't matter that much. But again, he wasn't supposed to be balanced. He was just a let's do this really cool thing I thought of while we were in the office one day kind of character. So we talked about Combat. Colin, he's one of the new characters. He's sort of a reverse Combi. Instead of having plus 20% for 20% extra cost, he has minus 10% attack on all of his units for minus 20% cost. Which actually is a pretty fair trade-off because that includes his infantry, and having weak infantry is an absolutely massive handicap. Because since they make up the majority of your army,
Mm-hmm.
if you, not only are you going to get pushed back and pushed out a lot easier, but just capturing new territory or trying to fight your opponent for territory they're trying to capture. Like, infantry to infantry is 55 damage. And then, if you're trying to stop your opponent from capturing with an infantry with your infantry, and pretty much if you pretty much have to use infantry to fight infantry, otherwise the opportunity cost becomes massively in their favor if you try and use anything else, just
Mm-hmm.
because of the sheer value difference. At 30%, I think the average, let's see, you're going to be hitting for about 4 points of damage. So like 38, so most of the time it'll be 4. Colons are going to be hitting for usually 3 at that point. And they're going to hit you back for 55, so even if you get the first strike, it's about an even trade, and they can hit them back a lot harder. So it should be, even 10% on infantry is such a massive, massive handicap. And I think
For when it comes to like, you're saying it's 55%, does that round up to 6?
it depends on your luck roll. That's how it handles all of those.
Okay.
Um, Actually, units have 100 health. The number it shows you in the little bar is the exact number it does, but it only displays it in units of 10
Oh.
for some reason.
Okay. Okay.
So if it does 55 damage, the unit will be left with 45. But unless you do an additional 5 more of luck, it's still going to make it look like it's 5. And it'll still do damage like it's 5. But the hidden total will be 45.
Okay, so when you were talking about now, when you were saying an additional like 1 through 7,
Yeah, so most characters roll.
it's 1 through 7 of 100, not 1 through 7 of 10.
It does. Yeah, 1 through 7 of 100. I think that's.
Okay, that makes her significantly not as good.
Yeah, so most characters roll between. Most people have a luck value of 10. She has a luck value of 20. So, on average, she'll do 1 extra point of damage.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry,
Okay, that
maybe I
makes
didn't make that
sense.
clear.
No, I just, when you were saying all the like 1 to 6, whatever numbers you said, extra damage, I was like, on a scale of 10, that's that's kind of cracked.
Well, her super grants her 60% luck for the turn. So, she'll do anywhere between 0 and 6 extra points of damage. Which, if you have
6 in the scale of 10 or 6 in the scale of
in the
100?
scale of 10. What?
Okay.
So
Okay, so that is good.
anywhere between 1 and 59 points of damage. Well, 0 and 59
Okay.
points of damage.
Okay,
But
yeah,
which
that's
number
pretty
it
good.
adds is completely random. So, you might blow up a tank with an infantry, or you might roll almost nothing and the tank just blows you up instead. But that's kind of the trade-off to let it exist.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway, Colin's day-to-day is, I think, people disagree with me on this a lot, but I think it's pretty fair for what it is. What makes Colin broken is that his power, it costs 20,000, and what it does is multiply your current fund total by 1.5. So if you have 10,000,
Jesus
so if you
Christ.
have 10,000 gold on you, you'll gain 5,000 gold. If you have 20,000 gold on you and use it, you'll have 30,000 gold. Which may not sound like a lot at first, but since it only costs 20,000, you can snowball it so hard to the point where you're getting like I mean, a number that you can't spend eventually, and he'll just overwhelm you with
Yeah,
bombers.
that is some like stock stuff.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the. I think that's like the visual motif they went for, but yeah, he scales out of proportion very quickly because of how cheap that power is. His bigger power is 60,000, and it gives him for the turn all of his units attack equal to 3% for every 1,000 gold. So if he has 10,000 gold, all of his units get 30% damage for the turn. If he has 20,000 gold, he has 60% damage for the turn, and so forth and so on. And that does scale until
So that's like
it scales until whatever. I don't know, where does hex go out? 225, something like that.
so that's like a big end of match bulldoze
Yeah,
finisher
pretty
where you
much.
already have a ton of money saved up.
And you can just make one big push and end it right there. It's you don't actually see it that much because why spend why do his super once when you could just do gold his little power 3 times and just keep spamming more bombers? But I don't it is in a vacuum really strong. If the little power wasn't as good as it was, you'd probably see it a lot more. In fact,
Mhm.
I even though nobody uses it, I did tune it down a bit in my build just because it gets his whole thing should be that his units kind of suck, but he gets so much more money value than everyone. So giving him the option to just ignore that at any point in the game, so long as he stores his meter, kind of breaks his design. Even if it doesn't get used that much,
Mhm.
but it only doesn't get used that much because his other power was so wildly overtuned. You wouldn't even need to use it in the first place. But if it was balanced, then it would be a problem. Next is
Before we move on to the
sure, sure.
next to what is it about? What do people generally disagree with you about the balance and
So
all that?
most people give him a 90-90 stat line as part of the nerfs they think he should have. That's pretty. That seems, from what I see, that's what most people seem to agree on. Every time I see people write something up on wherever, that's what it seems to be. And in conversation, that's where people like. That's just, I don't know. It seems to be the default.
So you want a 90-90, but
No,
or they want a 90-90, but
I
you
leave him
think he's
alone.
fine at 190?
I think 90-100 is fine, just because
Okay.
I can understand why people want to nerf him because he's kind of broken. But I don't think it has to be there. I think the only thing genuinely obscene about him is his ability to snowball his money. If you can't snowball his money, then his whole shtick just becomes weak units and a worse capture game and trade for a lot more value on all this stuff. And I don't. That's
Okay.
very good, but I don't think it's broken.
So
If I had
it's not the main problem. His main problem is the money,
yeah, the money is
and
just
so you're trying to fix his actual problem, not
yeah. I don't
this other
yeah.
thing.
That's the thing with just how people do theorize nerfs in video games in general. You can't just smack things. You can't just attack random things and with the general idea of it generally making worse. You have to realize why is it a problem and then address the why. I mean, you could give him
Yeah,
90-90
that's
units and that would really hurt him, but
he would be nerfed. That
yeah,
is a
but the thing is, if
guarantee.
that's all you did to him, he would still be just as broken because you can still snowball a 90-90 fleet a dozen bombers at 90-90 isn't any less broken than 90-100.
Yeah.
So, all like people, Colin's stat line gets talked about a lot. I've heard just about everything. I really don't think you could put. I don't think you could lower a stat more than 90 on a wide scale like that without causing massive problems like you see with Grit. Because otherwise the design just becomes so horribly lopsided it becomes dysfunctional.
Mhm.
But at the same time, like 90/90 is the only stat line you could do without absolutely warping the design like grit. And so I guess that's why people do it, but I don't think it's necessary. I think if you just touch the power, that alone is can fix it. I don't have a data sample to prove that. I don't know. I'm not even sure I would get one, frankly. But until I see, until I feel a need to change it, I'm just gonna leave it there, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you would need
I mean,
enough QA testing to see how people felt about it.
I would need enough people to. If I could get a few hundred games on every character, then I could feel pretty confident about any particular change. But I just don't have people. Just playing against my friends and
Yeah.
family. Because it's not just about people, it's people that know what they're doing. You can't just. That's the problem with like all this beta test stuff. Yeah, a lot of people. Having a big data sample is nice, but unless the people actually know what they're doing, it's not really valid data. Because most people don't really. most
Are
people,
you referring to how games will often do an open beta period?
kinda. But like, also just how a lot of. The way people view things and how they should be nerfed or buffed or whatever is really skewed by their own particular experience. And the only real way to get something that's more objective is to just, well, like you said, just QA test it and run a data sample big enough that all the possible variation gets smoothed out and see where it actually ends up. It's like
I read a really interesting article the other day.
all right.
Um, it was about how different games introduce new characters into the balance. The article is specifically about Apex Legends, Rainbow Six Siege, and Valorant,
All right.
and how they all have different strategies to doing it. Valorant's strategy, or in Valorant, no, Apex Legends strategy was to always introduce them a little bit stronger than they need to be. Valorant's was, I don't remember theirs, and well, either way, the main focus of this comment's on Apex Legends. We don't need the other ones. And they specifically talked about how one of the characters, I think it was Watson, not that either of us even knows what that is. Apparently within like the sort of ranked, more competitive scene, she's highly picked, has an extremely high win rate, and the competitive players think she's great. But then the normal casual players think she's underpowered when she has one of the highest win rates, has one of the highest pick rates in competitive, and she is relatively strong. It's just she's a more defensive character. So to the more casual player, she feels weaker, but within a competitive setting, she is very strong.
Yeah.
And that's sort of, I don't remember what they did to change her, but I know that they did make a slight change that made her feel stronger to the casual player. But that's still a comment that sits well with what we're talking about.
Yeah, and like Grit and like we were talking about earlier with Grit and Sammy. I mean, it's just about the perspective of how you're using them, especially in a competitive like game like that. You won't have the story mode to skew it, but well, they also have to work. They also have a lot more variables to work with. Well, because when I'm describing it as more of a idealistic fantasy scenario, they also have. I mean, they've got money and deadlines to worry about. They don't really have time to figure out a perfect solution. They just have to do the best they can with what they got. And
Oh yeah, absolutely. But and then these are completely different games as well. Much more statistical, so it's, I don't know, I think the idea still sort of stands with you need someone who knows a little bit more about what's going on.
I think most games do a good enough job. Like most the big AAA multiplayer, whatever kind of games, they seem to do about as good a job as you can managing a scope that wide. it's just important to realize that most players don't really understand why something is or isn't good, and trying to you can't balance things around common consensus, I guess, is the crux of.
Being close to the Paladins community has actually been really interesting
Oh
whenever they
yeah,
do
yeah. Tell me about
whenever they
that.
do a new patch and stuff, cuz like a month or 3 weeks ago or something they released a new character, and you cannot tell me that character is not broken to the core. It is every single game against it. You feel an entire shift in the game and how unfun it is because the character is in it. He is so broken.
How long?
And there's like there's a ton of things you could do to change him, but it's like he's a tank that does an absurd amount of damage. He's like as mobile as a flank. He, he you'll just be like doing your thing, fighting against a normal enemy, then he'll come flying out of nowhere and destroy you. It was no fun to play against him. He lives forever. There are so many problems with it, and it's like, all right, this is a scenario where it's like everybody's right that he's broken.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying that players don't know what they're talking about. I mean,
When it comes to the more slightly finer tuned things.
well, like a lot of well, from most of the time, from what I notice, it stems from is that people just don't spend enough time with the things. Like usually when you hear people complain about something needing to be nerfed, it's like right at the beginning, and if it didn't actually need to be and they don't do anything about it, in time those complaints will typically go away when they realize how to actually play against and with the characters, and they just sort of absorb naturally. Like examples like you have, they're pretty good. The the serious issues tend to make themselves known pretty blatantly, so I'm not too worried about them. Cause like I don't even know a whole lot about paladins. My experience is pretty limited, but I mean I can, even just from your description, I can tell you that sounds absolutely bonkers on all fronts.
Yeah, and then like I guess the way you could put it, you can obviously tell when a character is in the SS tier. Um, but maybe on initial release, somebody would put a character in S tier, when actually over time they become A tier. Is sort of what
Yeah.
you're saying.
Well, I think a lot of the time, some characters need time to if people don't actually understand how to play against a character, then it's going to seem a lot better than it really is. I mean, there's a lot of little things like that that can sway stuff around. I mean, it's just a matter of taking each case and trying to evaluate what's really going on. I mean, you'll have like the close and shut cases like with the person you were describing. I mean, but normally stuff like that, it's pretty obvious to everyone when that happens. So I don't think it causes much
They've
of a.
actually,
Hmm?
yeah, they've actually had a tendency to release new champs in a fairly broken state, like they released another one. Do you remember that giant worm character?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, when they first released her, she was beyond broken. And everyone was like, yeah, this is significantly
Yeah.
less fun with this broken character. She was pretty much just extreme DR to like the highest degree possible, and you couldn't kill her.
I mean, it happens sometimes. I think sometimes some companies in some situations they probably just aren't really sure what to do with them, so they just or they don't have the time and they just need to move forward, so they just drop it in and just see what happens and deal with it later.
Paladins does have a, before they release a patch, they have a public test server,
All right.
and they run it for like 2 or 3 weeks.
And those two
But
characters still
I
made it
don't
through?
I don't know how they didn't change it.
Yeah, that
I
sounds.
do not know how they didn't change it.
Yeah.
In general, it has a lot of balance problems that people who play the game a lot can notice. But first changes, initial changes can seem like a bit much.
Yeah, if I was gonna design something from the ground up, I would probably start low and then just push them up. Just so it would ultimately lead to the same thing, but at least that way it doesn't warp things out of context and make things unfun for people while we're figuring things out. But
I think part of why they do it, like for the Apex Legends example, why they make them strong, is they mentioned a couple
wait, are
things.
they
I don't
selling
remember
them?
what it is. That's
Oh,
one of my
there you
theories.
go.
Since you have to buy the Legends, probably to make money off of them, but then it also gets people playing with different characters and then introduces different play styles, etc., etc. Um, and it's no fun to get a new character that's garbage.
Yeah.
That is very true.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're trying to sell the characters for people, then you absolutely have to start tall. I mean, even if it does cause problems, because you've got a bottom line to hit, and the higher ups aren't really going to care about your
Especially
excuses.
Bobby.
Oh yeah, I mean, and that just happens. I mean, that's kind of an issue detached from the system, like from the game itself. That's not really something that can really be addressed. That just kind
What?
of, well, balance problems that stem from real world issues like company economics.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, 'cause I mean, you can't really balance a game around your boss telling you need to move X units by next week. I mean, you're just
I mean, to a degree, games do have to get balanced that way. Like,
on time.
they need to be designed to adhere to this specific popular set of genres, and you should do this because it's big, general, publisher, producer, limiting the creative decisions and thus limiting the balance.
Yeah. Well, I think what happens more often than not is that they have to once the higher ups get the sales they're looking for, then they go and do the patch in and fix everything how they wanted it to be or decided they needed it to be later on. And then just start the cycle over again. I mean, I don't know how all of them do it, but that's what from a lot of from my time with multiplayer games that's what I seem to notice a lot.
I mean, there is something to be said as well of you get more QA testing in the first hour that a game is released than you ever do during its entire development. Just in terms of pure hours, if it's a large game, you get millions of people playing it, that's millions of hours.
It's true.
But then in QA, it might only be like tens of thousands. So you get a lot of input and resources that you couldn't afford. Have you seen that one meme where it's like developers watching QA testers play their game, where it's one of those, you have a square, you put it in the square shaped hole, you have a circle, you put it in the circle shaped hole.
I've seen the template.
And then where it's like he keeps putting everything into the same hole. That's how I can imagine. It's like within QA testers, they've managed to get them playing the game how they think it plays, but then you get a million other people playing it. They probably find some broken ways that nobody's just found yet.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I was saying at the beginning, you have to hit. If the data sample just doesn't get big enough, then no matter how well you may have thought it out, get enough people into a room and they'll find a way to break it. I mean, that definitely happens a lot.
Yeah, absolutely, and I can see why people would want to nerf that character, but you would have to have tests with your version and their version to see which is really the best. But from the sounds of it, I've never played as him or against him, but I do agree focusing on the money problem is the actual problem, not his units.
Yeah, maybe someday, but I think for now I'm just gonna leave him as is.
Yeah, that's just like in a scenario
Yeah,
where you
yeah.
could get people to actually test it.
Oh,
But for now,
he's
I think you're fixed. As long as you fix them in any way, you're good.
and he's not even the big. There's a character later near the bottom that I'm not going to keep this long term once I can do more custom code stuff, but that the temporary fix I have the intermediate fix I have is I'm not really sure how to balance. It's so far out from anything any of the other characters do. I'm not really sure if it's mediocre or broken. But I'll get to that in a moment.
Yeah, I guess we can just rather than spending or speed it up a little bit for each character so that we can then get into the balances that you did.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we got about half of them here. Okay. Oh, so the next guy, he's probably the character. Maybe not the one I played the most, just because no one wants to play against him, but he's definitely my favorite character, and I'll play him at any chance I can get. If someone will actually let me. And that's partially why I want a patch like this, is because he's just too overtuned, but I love what he does so much. So, for the trade-off of minus 10% on his ground vehicles and his sea vehicles, his battle copters are at 150 and his soldiers are at 140, which is
Attack or defense?
attack.
Jeez.
It's almost always attack. I'll specify it if it goes
Okay.
defense. That number is, I think the trade-off in terms of what it is fine, but the numbers are way too high. But also,
Especially on the attack copters.
yeah. Yeah, it lets him. His copters pick up one shots on infantry, on planes, and that makes a big difference for just pushing through your opponent. But his power, actually, he has, and for reference, he also has +1 on his transports, like Sammy does, for movement. But his powers. So what he does, it's really cool. On all of the cities that you own, and just the cities, not any of the other structures. When you pop his power, it'll spawn an infantry at 9 HP on it.
Hmm.
Which doesn't sound like a lot, but once you've put up enough cities, just a power that just suddenly gives you a whole bunch of infantry. There's just so much stuff you can do with it. I assume the 9 HP was because if you had 10 HP, then the units can move right as they're spawned, unlike when you build one normally. I assume it was so that you can't just go in. If you want to just like rush capture something, you have to wait 3 turns to do it instead of 2 if it was at full. But at the same time, by doing that, it also lets you merge them together if there's a bunch in a group and just get a whole bunch of free money.
I think it also could like if you leave them there to heal up to 10, it eats up a little bit more of your money.
Yeah, if you want. But like I said, you can move them the turn they're made, so they don't have to sit
Yeah,
there.
but like if you want them to be at 10,
if you want them to, you can.
you have to take the financial cost
Mhm.
or join them together,
Yeah,
taking a unit
But I like it.
density
There's
cost.
so many different ways you can approach that. It's probably my favorite power. The problem is that it costs 2 stars, or 20,000 gold. So not only is it cheap, and you're able to spam a lot of stuff very quickly, like colon. If you notice, there'll be a theme with a lot of 2-star powers being problems. Not only can you just spam infantry all over the map at a ridiculous rate, but because the infantry themselves still count towards your total. So when the infantry you make die, they go back and refuel your meter to make more infantry,
Oh
which refuel
god.
your meter to.
Oh god.
So, well, now just like in the first game, when you have a power active, you aren't gaining any meter. So you're free on that turn, but every turn after, I mean, you're basically an average map. You're probably gonna have like 16, 17 cities on your side in total. Once you have them all, that's about 16, 17 infantry, which that's almost your full meter right there. If they once they all die, assuming you don't merge any of them.
Yeah,
So he feeds
that's
himself.
absurd.
It's so dumb. And the upgraded version of the power spawns mechs instead of infantry for 60,000. So it's not spammable, but kind of like the problem with Hachi, just being able to drop a whole bunch of brand new units deep into territory instead of having to make them march across. Just dropping a whole
Mhm.
bunch of mechs all over the field. Because the problem with mechs is that they're powerful for what they do, but they have no mobility, so you either have to use transports or play on a small map or just leave them a base to play defense. But his being able to spawn them at cities all over the map, it just gives you such an aggressive push because the distance is covered for
Wait,
them.
he can spawn mechs, not just infantry?
Yeah, his second power for 60,000 makes mechs instead
Oh,
of
okay,
infantry.
I missed that.
Okay, yeah, so it's not spammable, but that's a lot of raw power, and you can merge
Yeah, that's
and you can merge them too. So, and since there were 30,000, I mean, since there were 3,000 instead of 1,000, you get a lot of gold out of that. So,
Wait, does merging give you
yeah. So when you merge your units,
power charge?
no, it doesn't give you power charge.
Okay.
They have to die to do that. Otherwise, that would be insane.
Yeah, I was like, wait a second.
Yeah. So I don't think it's actually, and yeah, because there were three times as much as the infantry. Once they all die, you get you'll fill up your meter as much as the infantry were, and so let's say you have 16, 17 cities. When they all die, that's almost another full 6 stars right there, and you're ready to go again. So I like his design, but they didn't think the numbers through very well, and I assume that's because they didn't value infantry as much as they really are in multiplayer, just for what they do, and so they thought it was okay just leaving it that cheap, because infantry can't really fight much for anything, but yikes.
Yeah, that's what I've noticed when looking at all this. Like you have infantry at S tier, and then having only played the campaign, I'm like, what are you talking about? They're garbage.
Well, you aren't going to shoot tanks with them, but they're also the only thing that's going to be capturing stuff. The capture, and that's
Yeah.
what gets you money. Money gets you the stuff. You like it's. They have a bunch of really. They have like a ton of really small uses that all together make them so versatile. Combined with the fact,
Yeah, like on the surface, they don't seem that
yeah,
good, but you can use them as as shields. You can use them as
yeah,
blocking enemies, wasting,
and the
etc.,
best,
etc.,
yeah,
etc. And for the 1,000, they're
yeah.
worth
The
it.
1,000 is probably why it's worth it what it is because it's just so much like even a tank trying to attack an infantry. Yeah, it'll do like 7 damage and take nothing, but you just basically the tank just wasted its turn sitting there doing nothing when it could have been destroying other things that a tank needs to be fighting. Like
Yeah.
there's even just dying to stuff makes them useful. The value disparity is so great. Um yeah, so Grit they so the big reason why Grit was still balanced in the first game was that his infantry was bad along with everything else, which made his capture game horrendous. So in this game they gave him everything except his infantry is at 80%. And on top of that, his indirects now have 1 range and 20% extra attack. So he's still very lopsided, but
Just better.
he's just in a whole league ahead of where he was before. And he was already playable. Now he's just pretty he's just crazy. I mean, he still runs into the problem of if the map's not designed for him to do his extremely narrow, campy, defensive, move
Mhm.
forward in a giant blob of units playstyle, then he just falls apart. But he's just so much better at it now, and his capture game is just as good as everyone else's, so he can develop at an equal rate. So yeah, he's pretty crazy. They
How do his super and ultra
Oh yeah, they
change?
turned his super down now. So basically, his old regular power is now his extra power. It costs 60,000. So it's
I mean, that's pretty fair.
yeah. So basically he traded good infantry and damage for his power going to normal. But just having the option of +3 range on his indirects is just so crazy that it is a nerf. But even just using the little one that only gives him +2 range, as opposed to his regular +1, I mean that's just so much. I mean that gives his artilleries the same range as rockets. So
Yeah, there were a lot of times when using the indirects where I was like, man, if I only had one more,
yeah,
they'd be in the perfect spot.
I think that's why they thought it was a good idea for Grit to have that be as the indirect specialist bonus. But it's so overbearing because it means his army objectively outranges everyone's army, and there's no way you can push in on him because he'll just slowly move in on you, and since his indirects outrange yours, there's not much you can do except slowly back up and find something else to do.
Yeah.
Um
I do have one question real quick. Um, when it comes to specials, like you're saying 30 for the first, 60 for the
yeah.
next. Are these two different meters,
No, it's
or is
all
it
on the
like,
same
let's say
meter.
you had,
So you have
so if you had 50,000 stored up, but then you use the
yeah,
30,000 one, do you still have 20,000 stored?
you do have 20,000. There is a mechanic in the base
Okay.
game, and this is in the first game too, where every time you use your power, it becomes 20% more expensive to use it again, and that scales up until the 10th time you use it, and then it like underflows back to like 200%. It's kind of weird. Um, I actually monkeyed with that. I'll touch on it in a bit, but I think it's kind of weird.
So essentially, if you had 60,000 saved up, you could use your ability once, and then
Yeah,
once you get 30,000, 3,000, 33,000 saved up, you can use your small one again
yeah. So
next
the size
turn.
of the meter is
Okay.
equal to whatever the biggest thing is, and you can spend the little one
Okay.
out of that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to clear that up
sure.
before we.
Okay. So rounding up the last couple of the old characters.
Actually, real
Hmm.
quick, I'm gonna go pee
Oh
if
yeah,
that's
sure,
all
sure.
right. All right.
Alright, so the last couple of the old characters, we'll go through them real quick. So they're all on B, moving from the left. Eagle, his day-to-day is largely unchanged. I think they just turned his 80% naval into 70% for some reason. I don't know why, but it doesn't really make a difference.
Since you never used
Yeah,
naval.
so kind of like with Grit, his power was made into his big power. His double turn now costs 90,000.
Jeez.
Yeah. It also no longer lowers your unit stats. His little power is 3 stars, and it's just a small buff to air units. I mean, it's pretty much unusable, but I think he's I think he's almost the same where he was, but I don't really like him as much, both because his power feels a lot more difficult to use because of how long it takes to get it and set it up. And then
Yeah.
it feels a whole lot worse to have it used against you because since now your units are all at full power, he doesn't have to make decisions about where he can go in and what to do with it. He can just run in and steamroll you in for a second attack, and it's going to probably end the game if you're not careful. So I don't think it's really fun for either party, frankly. Um. So
Okay, I think that makes sense. So sort of like the play style of occasional fun in and out is just ruined and
yeah,
turned into a one turn, very rare steamroll.
yeah, more or less. I mean, you could definitely push with the cheaper one. It's just that any damage you take is going to trade unfavorably against you just because your units are at 80% attack and 70% defense.
Mm-hmm.
But now he can just run in. So I don't. It's no longer a tool in your arsenal to deploy when you need it, because at 5 stars like it was in the first game. Which, to be fair, 5 stars was kind of cheap. He was pretty good, but at 9 stars you get like one. You get basically one a match, and you're pretty much going to try and use it to end the game. In a long game, you might get like 2. Just, I mean, because of the point scaling, the second one's going to cost a whole lot more.
Yeah.
So it's hard to get that second one.
Yeah, so it no longer becomes
Yeah,
you play him and it's part of his play style. It's just a thing
it's a
that
win
eventually
button now,
happens in the match.
pretty much. But I'd
That
say
makes
overall,
sense.
but it's still really powerful. So I'd say he's more or less where he was before, but I don't enjoy playing
It's
him like
just
the
in
first
terms
game.
of fun to play. It's a downgrade.
So on Olaf, I really like what they did with him. So he's still the same. His basic day to day. He's terrible in the rain, but he ignores the snow. So it's basically more or less just vanilla. And he has the 3,000 for the blizzard. But his new superpower, in addition to spawning a blizzard, also it does what Drake's power does, and does 2 damage to everyone on the field for
Oh
7,000
wow.
gold. So unlike Drake, who has access to it for 4,000, he only has it for the big power. But it comes with snow instead of, which is a much bigger trade-off than what he gets.
Yeah.
So I think he's easy to undervalue at first, especially in the first game, because knowing how to use snow in an effective way isn't immediately intuitive. You just have to look out for and spot opportunities. But having the superpower
I
is, I mean, with all the global damage, they're probably just the best powers in the game in general because they're always going to be good the second you get them, and you can immediately just slam the button and get big value out of them. I don't think, I think they're okay. I don't think they in themselves are a problem. They're kind of, they're really simple and you have to think about them, but I don't think they're broken. But they are really, really good for that reason.
Yeah, I do have 2 questions
Sure.
relating to um one, does rain ever happen? in
Yeah.
multiplayer? Because I've only encountered rain like
So
once outside of the initial Olaf mission.
so weather is something you can either turn on or off. And if it's on, it'll
Okay.
just spawn. It'll has a random chance at happening at the beginning of the turn. So if you have it on, then yeah, Olaf has a chance to be better or worse. But most of the time, people don't really play with weather in general, just because random stuff tends to cause
The
problems.
RNG factor that's not as fun.
Yeah, and it's much better. He can already, since he can summon his own snow. It's not a big deal. He still can plus off of his ability.
Yeah, that goes into my second question. If it is raining, does his snow overwrite the rain?
Any summoning of weather overwrites whatever the current weather is.
Okay.
So, and yeah, so going into Drake, he does the opposite thing. So his day to day is the same, except instead of a 20% defense on his ships, it's 10%, and his air goes from 80 to 70. So they thought he was too good for some reason, I guess. Anyway, so his little power is the same, 40,000 to 1 damage all around. But his big one, like Olaf, it's 2 damage all around for 70,000. It also summons rain, which does have slight. It affects vision if you're in fog, but it does have some slight mobility stuff for tires. But it definitely isn't anything like what happens with snow. So I'd say Olaf getting snow is a lot better than rain. He does have a new secondary effect where all of your opponent's units get their fuel total halved from their current value. When you
Wait, did you say
halved,
halved?
sorry.
That's nuts.
It's not as big a deal if you know you're playing against him, because if you have a APC, it just fuels anything it touches to full ammo and fuel. But
I can see aircraft being the
yeah,
major problem.
it definitely hurts aircraft and ships quite a bit. And aircraft and ships, at least in the vanilla game, are only a small or relatively small portion. Aircraft's a lot more than ships, but usually aircraft are something you won't deploy until later in, and even then, just once you've got a whole lot of extra money, just because they're just so much more expensive. But yeah, it definitely hurts if your opponent's not prepared for him. I'd say it's really only useful in the story mode, because the AI doesn't understand how to properly counter that, and so they end up letting a lot of stuff blow up. Or
Yeah.
one at the time is what they'll just start. Once something hits half HP, the AI panics and tries to fuel it, so they'll stop attacking you and run off to try and find an airport or something. And that's how I actually beat the final battle on hard mode against Sturm. Is I brought in Drake, dropped his little power, which also has the fuel half, but not the rain, and all of his all of his air units just stopped attacking me, flew off, and they all tried to they all ran to the same airport. One of them got on, the others all huddled around and then just died. So
So is it like a base half, like 100 to 50, or is it like a
it's
30 to
it's half
15?
of whatever it's currently sitting at the moment. So if it's at full health, which is
Okay.
like I think 99 for air units, it goes down to like 49 or something like that. If it has like 60, it'll cut to 30. It's just what half of whatever it currently is, rounded down, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's more just visual flair, playing against real people that know how to refuel units. But you if you plan, you definitely can use it to good effect. I think the problem is more that vanilla Advanced Wars play is almost exclusively ground units, and they basically have nothing to worry about because they don't expend fuel at the start of every turn, and their fuel unit is so high anyway, it pretty much never comes up.
It's only when you move them.
Yeah, so the ground units only use it when you move them. So and the totals are so high anyway. After you drop it, they're pretty much ready to. I think a tank has 70, so cut in half. That's still 35 squares it can move before it's done. And even when a ground unit runs out, it doesn't blow up like a ship or an airplane do. It just sits there and it can't move. So it's not as big a deal. I mean, I think it's a bigger deal in mine because ships. I think ships are a lot more deployable now. I don't think you can make them as good without disrupting the economy, the in-game economy, but I think they're a lot better now. But I'll get into that in a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And so the last of the old ones, Sonya, they turned her bad luck down from 20 points to 10 points. So instead of having like a negative on all of her units, it's her good luck and her bad luck kind of just even themselves out now. So it still hurts, but it's not really that big a deal. You can live with it. But what they gave her, in addition to the HP hiding in the vision, all of her units have a 50% bonus on their counterattacks.
That's pretty good.
It is pretty good. But it's balanced because of how it calculates the damage. So it doesn't do... When a unit attacks a unit, it doesn't calculate them at the same time. It calculates yours on them, and then whatever is left of it, that calculates back on you. So what she's hitting back with you is much less than what you started with, but it more or less just evens it out. So it usually will amount to about like a point or more in an even matchup. So it's not a huge
Mm-hmm.
deal, but it definitely lets her throw her weight around a lot more, and she actually feels pretty good now. Um, Her little power is the same as was before, but her extra power, which is only 50,000, so it's actually kind of cheap, it lets her do her. It gives her the ability to counterattack first. So if you attack one of her units while it's during the turn she uses her super, then she'll actually get to do her. It'll calculate her counterattack before your first strike, and probably will hurt you a lot more if you attack the wrong unit. I think I like to turn animations off if I'm gonna have Sonya in a match just to make her power actually work, but
What what I was hoping her superpower would be spawning fog if there was not any.
yeah, I had that. That's something I do really want to do, but that's gonna require a lot of work. So I looked into it, and at first I was just going to like see if I could write in fog, like, and make it summon the same way that they summon rain or snow and Drake and Olaf's powers, but because it's not registered as a weather, it's registered as a, I don't know what to even call it, like a feature, I guess. I can't actually spawn it using the same method that they do because the list of weather can't be increased without completely. There's enough space to put anything in there. I would have to completely restructure how all the data's stored, and I don't know about that. So I'm thinking about trying to
Yeah.
figure something about like, since there's an option in the game when you do a versus match to turn fog on and off, maybe there's something maybe I can write a script that changes whatever, just flips the byte on that
Hmm.
mid match if it'll let me. Because in the DS game, there is a power that lets you turn fog on. So, for one turn, I think it's Drake's super. And it. No, it's not Drake's super. Oh, no, I got it wrong. Rain summons fog. Rain has a fog effect in the DS game. So I'm going to look into that and
Okay.
see how that is able to suddenly turn fog on for the turn and turn it back off when it's done.
Yeah. That would be. That does
Yeah.
sound very difficult.
Yeah. I don't have any. I don't have that currently worked into like my list of things I'm going to add just because I have no idea how to make it happen, and
Yeah, just
no
like
one
if
else
you
is.
have time
Yeah.
and it's supported enough, you do it.
Yeah, if I can figure out how, I'll do it because I think that would be perfect for what she does, but no one's done anything remotely like that yet that I can sort of either talk to or look at their work on. So I'm not really sure where to start except to just get good.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh, yeah, there was also one other the new green character, Jess. Yeah, she's sitting in near the bottom. they did her pretty good in the DS game, but in her initial release, so kind of like how Eagle has good air units and bad sea units, and Drake has good sea units and bad air units, she has good ground units but bad air and sea units, which isn't the worst thing on paper because ground makes up a significantly higher portion of your army than the others two will ever do. But in this particular release, they fixed it in the other one. They also count her infant. They counted her infantry as part of what gets minused. So she has plus 10% on her ground vehicles and minus 10% on everything else. So while the trade-off on paper is fine, including infantry on that takes her from being about on par with the other two to being really bad.
Mm-hmm.
So her power is that, and they're the same for both of them. She gets a damage buff, some movement, and all of her units get their ammo and fuel replenished to full.
That's not too bad.
What'd you say?
That's not too bad, though.
Yeah.
Not, not great. That's for sure.
Yeah. If the infantry was normal, she'd actually be pretty decent. But and in the DS game, she's actually really good because they turned everything up to 120 and gave her regular infantry. And I did something pretty similar, but yeah, they kind of dropped the ball on that. It was disappointing. So the last four are the new Black Hole characters that joined Sturm. Since if they wanted us to fight Black Hole the whole time, they can't just have it be Sturm. And two of them are pretty good, and the other two are really bad. Now, if I had more time to go into it, the way they're designed was very much explicitly, like their entire characters were designed around being opponents for the campaign. Like everything they do is designed. Well, like I'll start at the beginning. So the first one you fight is Flack. He's the one at the very bottom. He's absolutely terrible. So he's kind of like Nell, where he has a random damage thing. So he has like Nell has a 20%, he has a 15% luck. So instead of rolling 1 to 9 like everyone, he rolls 1 to 14. But he also has 10% bad luck like Sonya. So more often than not, he's going to end up with less extra damage than even the regular people would have. So his power is having less damage, and that's it. And his little and his bigger power, it's kind of like Nell. They just increase the luck number, but they also decrease the bad luck number. So I think it averages out to about 10% for his little power and about 30% for his big power. So it's comical.
How much do they cost?
It's 30 and 60.
That's not worth it.
For 6 stars, just getting a 30% attack increase on everyone, that's pretty bad. I mean, it's completely, and that's just the average. His luck goes to 80 and his bad luck goes to 30. But the way
-40, is that what you said?
Well, it is kind of a -40, but it just rolls a number between 1 and 40, and then subtracts that from whatever the luck roll is.
Okay.
So they tend to even each other out pretty hard. So he basically has nothing. He was designed, but I mean, it seems to me like he was just designed to be the level 1 guy, just to be there to be your opponent while you're still learning how to play the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I get that, but I think he could have not been a training dummy character and still been able to provide something. I'll get more into that.
Or rather,
yes.
Or rather, like Sturm in the first one, where they had a different version for multiplayer.
Yeah. Well, so Flack, he's the guy at the bottom. He's the only character that I completely rebuilt from the ground up. Everyone else, I just changed some stats. I don't...
Because conceptually, he's just not good.
Yeah, well, he's Nell, which is already kind of problematic, but in the complete opposite direction. So he's just randomly awful all the time. I mean, I just don't see how you salvage that. Especially well, that and considering that he's objectively worse than Nell. I mean, he's literally all the same numbers, but objectively lower. So he has he doesn't really have a reason to exist besides being the level 1 training dummy character, but I think he can still do something without being intentionally terrible. The next one, who's sitting right above him, Adder, he doesn't have any day to day, but he has really cheap powers. So for 2 stars, he can get all of his units gain 1 movement for the turn, and for 5 stars, they all gain 2 movement for the turn. That's not the worst, but considering he's has no other powers besides some cheap extra movement, he just doesn't stack up at all.
So that's like Advanced W or Advanced Wars 1 Andy, but just with range instead of
Yeah, I
HP.
think he's definitely better than Advanced Wars 1 Andy, just because movement. I mean, in any kind of tactics game, movement is king, but he's just so like he's a fun character to play just because I think his kit's interesting, but he's just so underpowered it just doesn't really work. Um Lash up near an A, her power is pretty interesting. So,
Which one are
um next to Sammy, they're the last
they?
I'll do
Okay.
both next. So, what she does is that all of the bonuses she gets from terrain. So, she gets an attack bonus equal to whatever her defensive terrain bonus is. So,
That's pretty
yeah, it is
cool.
cool. So, if she's on a plains, she'll get 10% attack and 10% defense. If she's on a forest, she gets 20% attack and 20% defense. So, it's variable to how you position her, and of course, air units and sea units can't get anything at all. So, people have very mixed opinions on how good she is. I mean, back in forum days, I've read a lot of things where people think she's like completely broken because she doesn't actually have a weakness, which I think is kind of silly. But nowadays, people think she's really underpowered, and I'm not sure why, because that's still a pretty good percent that you're not.
Yeah, I mean, you are most often in a field
Yeah,
than anywhere
like
else.
sitting on a city,
And
like any unit on a city is going to have 30% extra damage. I mean, it's just damage.
she sounds fun to play with that sort of
Yeah,
setup
I
where
really like Lash. Her powers, I guess the idea for her not having a weakness is that her powers are their cost is slightly higher than I think they would be in a vacuum. So for 4 stars, her little power, she gets basically like what Sturm has for a turn, where she can just move through terrain freely. Where all her terrain gets set, her movement costs are all 1, unless there's snow or, actually no, I think it's just if there's snow. I think she's fine in rain. On her big power, it's 7 stars. She gets that same bonus, and all of her terrain bonuses get doubled for the turn, which is actually it's expensive, but that's actually pretty good because that defense
wait, how much was it?
7 stars, 70,000.
Okay.
Yeah, so I probably should have mentioned this, but instead of the gauge just being like a bar like it is in the first game, it's just it's a bunch of stars underneath their names, each one representing. So, actually, in the base game, each one represents 9,000 gold, but in every other game and in my version of Advance Wars 2, I made it 10,000 gold, so I kind of forget that sometimes. So all those 20,000s are really 18,000s, so it's kind of broke. But
Okay, yeah, that makes some other people's powers a little extra
yeah,
silly. 9,000 is such a weird
yeah,
number.
I don't know why. It's just this one game. It's fixed in all the others, and it's such an I don't know. It's just such an ugly number to go with instead of just nice even 10,000s.
I guess it made it. They wanted a little bit more frequency without changing any of the stats, and that
I
was the only
guess.
way with the numbers they had.
I just don't think you can justify having a 2 star power when they're cost 9,000 apiece. 18 is
Absolutely not.
18. I mean, it doesn't. 18 down from 20 doesn't sound like much, but I mean, as you go, once you're down that far, each bit you get is worth just so much more. Anyway, so
It's a single medium taken two infantries, and they already have
yeah,
their power again.
yeah. I like to think of it as that every star is worth a battle copter. Just to keep things simple
Yeah,
in my
that's.
head.
Weren't they like
They're
8,000? At least in
9,000.
the first one, they were
I'm pretty
8,000.
sure they're 9,000.
Okay.
All right, the one next to her, and the last one on the list is Hawk. I really like Hawk. All that he has a 10% bonus on all of his units, and that's it. Just no strings attached. He's like he's one
Hmm.
of the last one. He's the last, second to last one you fight before Sturm. Now 10% doesn't sound like a lot, but no strings attached and on every single unit in the game, including your infantry, and having buffed up infantry is really, really good. For the same reason why having worse infantry is really bad. Um, I guess in a sense his trade-off is that his his meter is artificially inflated, kind of like how, so like how, so he has a global damage like Drake and Olaf, but unlike how Drake's was 4 and 7, his is 5 and 9. So it does cost more, and I think that's supposed to be his trade-off for having free day-to-day bonus attack. I
Mm-hmm.
think he's very basic, but he's really fun to play. Um, so
So what were his two supers?
it's the global damage like Drake and Olaf have,
How much damage does it do?
1 and 2 respectively.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so they all have a secondary. So like, Olaf is damage and snow, Drake is damage, rain, and fuel, and Hawks is damage. His little is does 1 damage and then heals all your units by 1 damage, and then his big one is does 2 damage and then heals all your units by 2 damage. I mean by 2 health.
That's literally just better than Matt or Andy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that at that point they figured out that Andy's power really wasn't that good. Um, Hawk is Hawk. Oh, other than Nell, Hawk is the only character I didn't change whatsoever. In my eyes, he's the
Hmm.
point at which I want to balance everything.
Yeah, I suppose A is where you want to balance
Yeah, I think
all your characters.
Hawk's the character I sat against for the most part, playing anything I was tweaking with, because he since the nothing about him stands out in a way that would make a matchup flip against him uniquely, and he is the point. He is the level of power I want to put. I'd like to try and get everyone the closest to.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't think I don't at all think everyone is perfectly balanced in the way I built it. Just because that would require a lot of sacrifice. I would have to sacrifice a lot of what makes them what they are, and perfect balance isn't achievable anyway. So I tried.
Yeah, like conceptually they're flawed.
Well, I mean, I don't think. I think that might be a bit.
Flawed in the sense of how to balance
I
them
guess.
becomes
Well,
difficult.
like, I don't think any game, like, unless they are basically the same, like in any game, unless the two options are more or less the same, they aren't really going to be truly balanced. There's always going to be something different. But I
Yeah.
think everyone is. If I was going to, and I don't like to talk about tier lists in terms of balancing, but I'd want to put everyone around that A to B level. If I can get in that
Mm.
general blob, I think that's what I want to shoot for. For this specific version, I wanted to try and retain the spirit of the original as much as possible. That's partially why I'm working on the other the next build that I have, so that way I can actually, if this is going to be the one that's meant to be the ideal Advance Wars 2, then the pseudo sequel I'm creating is how I would if I was designing the game from the ground up, where I don't feel compelled to hold on to specific things. Like certain things, like I didn't want to touch Combai's 2020 stat line just because that's an iconic part of him, so I just bounced around that. Or like I don't want to not let Eagle have a double attack because that's kind of his whole shtick. Well, stuff like
Yeah, Grit's whole thing is sniper. Max's whole thing is tanks.
yeah, I wouldn't want to like fix Max's bad indirects and just weaken his regular stuff. I want to keep whatever. I want to keep the core part of what makes them there.
Yeah.
And I mean, to an extent,
That makes
an
sense.
extent, I'm gonna do that anyway. I just don't feel bound to specific numbers in my pseudo sequel the way I am here.
Mm-hmm.
So, like for example, I think Combi, I'm actually entertaining taking him down to 11-11 for 20, just because of how defense works in this game in particular makes him so much better than he was in the first game. But I'm not going to do that in this because 20 units are what Combi is. Anyway, so I do really like this game. I think they could have done better in a lot of places, considering how much more balanced the first one is. But so yikes. I'm gonna very quickly touch on the sequel real quick, just as a general gist of it. I'm not gonna go into every character, but
The third one?
yeah, I'm just gonna talk about. So their idea, they tried to balance a lot of the characters, and like they did small stuff like turning Combi back to 2020. They put Sensei's infantry down from 140 to 11. It's little stuff like that. But then they made one really weird decision. Oh, and they also changed Eagle's thing, so he has his big power is the same 9-star nuke, but he turned his little power into being a throwaway into something kind of like his advance was 1 power, which is pretty cool. But they did a lot of stuff like that, and that was really cool. But they messed up the charging mechanic. So instead of making it based on value, all the things are based on an arbitrary number of points. But that ends up, the way they decide to allocate those points is so much higher than the point value that meters fill up so fast. And it takes a lot of characters that, even though they nerfed them, they're way better than they were in the original, like with Sensei. And it kind of broke a lot of the changes they tried to make. So even though they nerfed his infantry and they toned down some of his powers, because I think it's like, so in Advance Wars 2 it takes 9 infantry to get 1 star. In DS, each infantry is worth 3 points, and you need 10 points.
Jeez.
And you need 10 points to get a star. So it only takes 3 infantry basically. So, and they didn't turn up his power. Sensei's power is still only 2 stars. So, instead of filling it up once, his power basically fills it up multiple. His little power basically fills up his big power. So he's actually. I'm just gonna post this in real quick just so you can see. I think Sensei's probably on par with Hachi, if not better, in the sequel, even though they nerfed the crap out of him. So I think they did it. I think their heart was in the right place with their trying to balance a lot of the stuff, but I don't think it worked that well. Because they end up monkeying with a lot of the other mechanics. But anyway, on to where minor changes. Let me pull it up. Okay. So, going from the top, all the stuff that I've changed for Advance Wars. The first thing I did was change the stars from 9,000 to 10,000. I don't think anyone...
Wait, is this still the same picture, or did you put another one?
Oh, no, I was about to post it, but then I realized... I'm not sure I should. Since you're planning on going to play it pretty soon.
Is it a tier list of the third one?
Yeah.
Is it specifically multiplayer focused,
Yeah, but
or?
I don't know if it counts as spoilers or not, so I'm just not going to.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. It could also possibly influence some of my decisions in the game, so if it's not needed for the discussion,
Yeah,
might as well leave it out.
I'll be leaving it out. Um, I mean, I think for single player, for all three games, they did a good job making everyone feel pretty balanced, despite how they may actually play with real people. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. But yeah, so on to the changes I did. Yeah, so the stars are now 10,000 because that was just kind of dumb. I also removed the exponential increase on the powers, and the reason I did this is because the way it's set up, I think it's a good idea in a vacuum, and I think it works in the first game. But by having the powers increase when you use, since the powers have the same buff depending on if you use the little one or the big one, it sort of de-incentivizes you away from the little one because it almost punishes you in a way because it means you're going to start building up a higher exponential rate of your meter size faster than your powers
Yeah,
would.
so like for example, you use the 31 enough times to where it's the same cost as a big one, so you might as well just use the big one.
How it works is that the cost stays the same, but the amount it takes to charge gets bigger. So using the little one is going to make the big one more expensive as well. So ultimately, you're getting less value.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they all play. Yeah, so I don't like. I think it was good in the first game, but I don't want to put it in this one because it disbalances the use against the big and the little one. And it just isn't really necessary. I mean, by the time you're in the late game, you're going to be getting the power at a relatively equal rate anyway. So at least this way you can at least plan and figure out what you're working with. And it makes
Do you not think that influences the game flow just with a higher frequency of powers?
It does to a degree. But from what I've noticed, and I played around with it a lot, is that the amount of actual additional powers you're getting doesn't become noticeably more until the game is already like way into the end. I mean,
when you're like slamming each other with heavy units.
Well, yeah, at this point you're using entirely top end units. You're pushing. All of the stuff has long been captured, and the game is pretty much a few really good pushes from ending. I mean,
does that not put people with very good weaker powers or very good initial powers into a much higher advantage point than?
Well, in a sense, but everyone's getting it at the exact same rate. So whatever you're doing it the same.
Okay.
I mean, like with any of these, I'd need a data sample to actually gauge the exact effects, but from just working with it myself, I haven't noticed anything that fundamentally changes the game for the worse. I mean, unless you just don't like powers in general, which is fair.
Okay, yeah, because I'm thinking, like, what if it was, I don't know, Max against, I don't know, Drake or Nell or something. I already don't remember most of their initial powers, but, like, Max getting stronger units very frequently versus someone who has a less brute force ability would be a big hit against the person with a less brute force ability.
But it would depend on who you're referring to because they're going to get the same. They're going to get their powers at the same rate, respectively.
Yeah.
So.
And since technically they get charged faster by getting destroyed than by destroying.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it definitely isn't the same as before, but I haven't found it to be necessary, especially since after a certain number of times, the game just resets it anyway. So, by the end game, when it would matter that much, the vanilla version of the game already resets it back to normal values. I don't even know why
I just see it
that,
like,
to be honest, but
the main concern with it is just I think that mechanic is initially there to prevent steamrolling. But because it's balanced, how if you doing damage only gets you 50% of that gold, but getting damage taken gets you 100%, it's still in the favor of the person getting destroyed.
I think it doesn't. I haven't noticed a meaningful enough change in the wrong direction. And what it actually gains, I think it's really so many characters have powers that are basically unusable because the other one is so much more important. Like, take Olaf's,
Mhm.
for example. I really like his little power because trying being able to control the field with Blizzard is really great. I mean, it doesn't come up all the time, but when it's good, it's good. But every time the problem is that when you every time you use that power, you're making it that much harder to get his global damage, and it's
Mhm.
basically punishing you out of it. Same for, geez, like a lot of them really. Lash's powers basically.
And and technically changing it from 9,000 to 10,000 creates a little bit of space for slightly less
Yeah,
frequency
that too.
anyway.
And that really punishes the high end powers a lot too. I almost considered bringing Hawk down from 9 stars to 8 stars because he basically gains an entire star worth of extra stuff on him. But I ended up backing off from that just because it didn't really feel necessary because Hawk's already so
Mhm.
good. It didn't really change much of anything. And the buff that now he can use his little power without being effectively locked out of his big one for the rest of the game. It just sort of it all kind of balanced itself out.
Mhm.
Um,
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, we can keep going.
yeah. So starting with the units, this was really tricky because all I really wanted to do was touch the ships because the ground units are pretty great. The air units they're overpriced, but they do what they do well enough, and they have excellent move. But the ships are kind of unusable. Like landers cost like an APC costs 5,000,
Yeah.
and a transport copter costs 5,000 too. But a lander costs 12,000. So, I mean, unless the map doesn't have airports and forces you to use them, you would never use them. And that sort of stuff happened a bunch. What I have noticed though is that you have to be very careful with the in-game economy because every change ultimately influences everything else. So there's a couple things on here that are slightly lower just to keep everything in balance with everything else. So starting
Mhm.
with the ships, I brought landers down from 12,000 to 6,000. I still made them a little bit more expensive because they can carry two, but there's no reason why they should cost more than double the others. I mean, when transports aren't even that super good to begin with. I don't know if I don't think it's equal yet, but I think it's close enough. Any lower, then I think it would cause problems. I think that's as much as I can give while it's still feeling safe. Cruisers I brought actually submarines I actually brought down from 20,000 all the way down to 10,000. So they're just a little bit over a copter, a little bit less than I guess a big tank or a missile.
Mhm.
I just cut it straight in half. Because it sounds like a lot, but they just don't do anything except fight other ships. I mean, they can do with fog they can scout stuff because they've got good vision when they're underwater, but they just don't do anything. I even improved the damage they. Okay, actually I'm going to talk about them and cruisers at the same time because I kind of completely rebuilt cruisers. So first I cut their costs down to 12,000 from 18,000. So they're about the price of
Wait, 12,000 to
no no from
18,000 or
18,000 to
18,000 to
12,000.
12?
So right now they
Okay.
cost it's a tank and an APC is the price of a cruiser. Um, so the one thing I want to do with them is there's actually an unused animation in the game's code for the anti-air gun to shoot forwards, as if the devs were intending for them to be able to attack things directly with the anti-air guns, but then they just decided not to for some reason. So I plugged that back in, and I gave them the ability to shoot on basically everything. Not very well for a lot of stuff, but where it fits in
Hmm.
logically. I think my rates are it hit they shoot infantry at 90, mechs at 85, recons at 60, tanks at 35, big tanks at 20, neo tanks at 15, artillery and rockets at missiles at 50, anti-air and APCs also at 50. The landers at 20, the cruisers at 10, the battleships at 5, and the subs at 15. So they can basically fire on everything now. So they don't just sit there and do nothing. They're kind of like
That's
aquatic tanks, but not as strong as tanks.
how what is their range? Does something have to be right next to the
Yeah,
shore to get hit?
yeah, they would have. Yeah, in combination with another change. So ships can now move over shoals and bridges, whereas before they're kind of just trapped in the sea and they can't really move around much unless you design a map with big open spaces and no shoals, but you kind of can't because you need shoals for landers to land on. Shoals are like, shoals are the beaches. Um,
Okay.
the animation shows the ships just sitting in the water in it, so I don't know why they didn't do that to begin with, especially since the lander can go on the shoals too already. The bridges, it kind of looks weird, but considering that they're ocean bridges and that's how those are in real life designed to let large ships through, I didn't really see a reason why I couldn't cross them. So it does kind of look janky if you sit one on it, but it doesn't look any jankier than how they look on a port, so it's fine. I also let them
Can
move
you
up
still
rivers,
put
but if
a
it's snowing, they can't. Not only can they not move, does the movement cost go on rivers go back down to 0 like before, but if they're in the rivers, they just get stuck until the snow passes. Just as a neat little
That's pretty cool.
quality of life thing.
Uh,
This way you can
did
design a
you
map
did you
with bridges and shoals and not completely lock out any use of ships. And it feels
could
so
they
much better.
originally go
I've had
into
to
rivers
redesign a couple
or
of the maps I brought over, which assumed that ships can't move in certain directions because of bridges or shoals, but it's been fine for the most
hmm
part.
could they
Um,
initially go
yeah,
onto
back to
rivers
cruisers.
or was
They
that
do attack at melee range, so they will have enemy units will have a ground unit has to be on a shore or on the beach for them to be able to hit them. I don't really intend for them to hit them. I just gave it the option so it's there. Because the biggest problem with them, and you might have noticed this playing the game, is that the cruisers just don't do anything. They just kind of sit there and maybe catch a sub, and then after they get the sub, that's kind of
yeah.
all they do.
I don't think I've ever
But for
used
some reason, they
one
cost
other
more
than
than
what
heavy
was already
tanks.
there.
Um, there's surface to water missiles that they use to shoot down the subs. I've also let them shoot on the other ships with those, because I don't see why. It doesn't really make much sense why they would only be able to hit just the submarines but not other aquatic vehicles. So I have those at 45 on landers, 35 on cruisers, and 15 on battleships.
Yeah, that
I can
was
post
always
all this in
something. Any of the water battles
to
was
make it a little
always
easier.
weird to me
Yeah, let me do that.
because
It's easier to follow.
let's see, the water battles were always weird to me because the rules with them were like this can only hit this and this can only hit this and this can only
So
hit this. I was like, what am I
I've
doing
also
here?
increased the damage on a sub that's dived from 90 to 100, just because it kind of doesn't make sense why if you're attacking a sub that's underwater and it takes a major explosion, why it wouldn't just collapse like a real sub. I mean, not a big deal, but I think it was an important difference to note.
Hmm.
Um, I also increased the damage against bombers since it's an anti. They're designed to be anti-aircraft, but for some reason they have a losing matchup against bombers. I mean, this is still not good
That was
because the
always
bombers
really
still
annoying.
do just as much damage to them as they can do to them. But at least they can actually attack it and not come out worse than they went in.
Yeah, that
I
was
also
always
brought up
really
fighters to
obnoxious when
keep it
you
even
go
with
up
that.
against one.
I also changed some of the other values to go around with that. The battleships went down from 28 to 18. So they're more expensive than the big tanks and the missiles. Since they don't actually do more they have the same damage on everything as missiles do. And they can't move on anything but water. So they're kind of just... They're really not that much better than them. So I don't think putting them more than 4,000 or 5,000 gold makes much sense. And this has felt really good in testing. I don't think they're broken at all because 18,000 is too much to spend on gold until at the very end of the game. And
Mm-hmm.
at that point, if you have a lot of battleships, what I've noticed is that I just feel this big... Suddenly I feel a need to start putting in subs. And then suddenly, now that they're subs, I start feeling a need to put in more cruisers, and suddenly the naval
So sea battle becomes
theater
an
sort of just
actually
fills itself
used
out. I'm
thing.
kind of surprised, honestly, how well that turned out. Um, I'll probably show you whenever we get into it at some point, someday.
Yeah,
I
because
brought the fighters and
initially,
bombers down a tiny bit to keep everything the same with them. The problem with anti-air stuff is that anti-air is so cheap at 8,000 that nothing else really compares. To try and keep up with it, I brought the missiles down to 10,000 while also giving them some move and better range. The missiles are probably for the worst, some of the worst units in the game because the range is between. Whoa, that's a mistake. It shouldn't say 2 to 5, it should say 1 to 5. Wait, never mind, that is correct. So, you might have noticed, but missiles are kind of terrible. Just because since they're on tires, they have absolutely no ability to move or maneuver around at all outside of the roads. And because they have a two-space blind spot, it's incredibly easy for aircraft to just go in and kill them without them being able to do anything. So I pumped their move up to 1 so it's at least equal to where rockets are from 4 to 5. And brought down the cost a little bit. I don't think you could probably bring it down more, but I'm not going to. I think having anti-air at 8,000 and them at 10,000 is fine, especially considering I brought the range down so their blind spot goes from being 2 squares to 1 square, similar to what artillery and battleships have.
do
So
they
they're a
still
whole lot less.
require?
You have to defend them a whole lot less to be able to have them actually do something. They're probably still the weakest of the anti-air options, but I think they're a lot more deployable now. Fighters,
Mm.
I let they're pretty good, but they're just so horribly expensive for only being able to attack on planes, which there aren't going to be a whole that many of to begin with. So I decided to make it 16 since that's twice the cost you get for a anti-air. I originally had it lower, but that skewed things up too much. I don't think I can put it. It's hard to bring it too much lower without bringing all the aircraft down with it, and that's just a big can of worms I don't want to open. So I think I found 16 was the best number to work with. In Toon, I brought down not battleships, bombers down from 22 to 20, just to keep in line with it, and the fact that everything else is decreasing with it. And on the note of things decreasing, rockets went down from 15 to 14, and mid tanks from 16 to 15. They do feel. I mean, they are. I
Hmm.
don't think they're as good as their smaller variants, though I think they justify their cost with their power. But I do need to bring everything need to come down a little bit more for everything to sort of work together, just with the economy shift. Neo tanks, honestly, they're kind of bad, just because they have the exact same defensive stat as the tank. It's like a 5% difference all around, and do 20% more damage, but they cost 6,000 more gold. I mean, I'd much rather have a tank and an artillery than a neo tank. So I evened it out. I think 1520 works a whole lot better than 1622 because they're better in strictly in numbers, but the mid tank's a lot more economical, just like how the regular tank's a whole lot more economical.
Mm-hmm.
And so far, I found that to scale the best. I also changed the fuel on a number of things. I didn't change any ammunition, but I was kind of bothered by just how inconsequential fuel was for all of the ground units, so I really turned it down. The idea that soldiers can't run out of munitions is kind of weird to me. They're not vehicles, so they don't have gasoline, but they still need, they still need supplies to keep themselves alive. So I turned them both down from 99 and 70 to 30, which sounds really low, but they're ground units, so they don't expend daily stuff. It's just movement. And 30 squares is usually long enough to get them from one end of the map to the other. So you probably won't notice a huge difference unless they just way outlive how long they normally would be expected to. But you do
Mm-hmm.
have to think about it a bit more. In Recon's tanks, artillery and anti-air I brought down a slight bit too, for the same reason. But it's not as egregious with them. Again, I don't think it'll be a huge difference because as land units they don't use a lot of fuel, but I have noticed that now I do have to watch it, and I do want to have an APC on standby, just in the field somewhere that I can use, and it makes playing around fuel actually relevant. I'd be willing to
Yeah, that
change it.
does sound
A lot of people really didn't
interesting.
like it, but I don't know. Let's see.
I at least conceptually I can get behind that.
Copy paste the next one. Yeah. Since I decreased the prices on the ships pretty significantly, I also decreased their defense, which sounds kind of weird because they're kind of bad, but the defense was set up really high on them for some reason, which I assume is because of how expensive they were. They wanted them to feel worth their value, but all it really does is make them expensive and hard to use, and also really hard to interact with. So I think just having them be cheaper and at the same time easier to interact with will feel better feels better on both sides. Um, for the most part, I, I think I kept cruisers and subs relatively the same. Battleships, I mean landers, I kept slightly below where the other two were. I let them stay the bulkiest of the three transport units, but a lot has changed. Also, any time that a transport unit got dealt 95 damage, I changed it to either 100 or 90, just on principle. Because unlike regular units, where crippling it to 1 pretty much puts it out of play, a transport unit really doesn't change at all with how much HP it has. So making whether you destroy it or not a coin flip is really awful. Just because that makes such a whether you get it or not is just such a huge difference in the game
What
itself.
does like the mech slash
Are you
tanks
there?
10 to 25? Yeah. Can you not hear me?
I don't hear you. I see your little Discord bubble going off, but I don't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I haven't heard you at all, man.
I've been commenting this entire time. You've just been rolling. It's like
Yeah, I
he's
still
into
can't hear
this.
you. Here, let me.
Can you hear me now? Anything?
Yeah, I'm still not hearing you. That's so weird.
Hmm. Um. I mean, it looks like all the audio is picking up from my end, both on Audacity and in whatever this program is, Discord.
I don't know. Everything looks fine on my end. I'm not sure what. Actually, try it now.
Bup, 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 bup.
Okay. Okay. When I unplugged my earphones, I can hear you again, but hmm.
But can you not use your headphones or the mic of the headphones?
It doesn't have a mic. That's the thing.
What was the mic you've been using? Because
Well,
the
I was
quality
using
has decreased.
I was using the mic of my computer.
Oh, this, for some reason the quality decreased.
Hmm. Weird. Well, it's been working fine up until now. I wonder what happened.
I don't know. That's weird. Could it be does plugging them back in work again?
Well, let's find out.
But
No, I still can't hear you. Shoot.
really,
I
huh?
fixed it last time by switching to these. Weird. I've got another pair. Oh, I think I know what happened. I think maybe the battery died in them.
Oh, that would make
Let
sense.
me go see if I got another one. All right.
Let's just see. View work. Say something. Hmm. Nope. Shoot, let me try another one. Hmm. Let me go see if I got some AAAs real quick. Where I can't lose them. All right, I think we're good. Just let me. All right, there. That should be. That should be. Alrighty, so where did I lose you first?
I don't. It was a long time ago.
Okay. Well,
I don't remember what comments I had made.
I'll just
So,
ask anything. Everything I've talked about so far
um,
is typed out. So just
yeah, and I've been able to follow it. There was just, let's see. Let me take a look at the list again. Um, the first one I can remember was I didn't know that cruisers could even go into water. Was that
no,
original,
no,
or
no,
did you
no.
include
Subs
that?
go underwater. Cruisers do
I
not.
mean, not underwater, into rivers.
No, they can't do that. I added that.
Okay, okay, I like that addition a lot.
Yeah.
I always thought rivers were relatively useless other than infantry and, well, not useless, they have
Yeah.
a ton of
Well,
reason,
they
but
they draw them large enough so that the ship models fit in there perfectly fine. But unlike,
hmm.
for some reason, they won't do it. I don't know why. Large ships go in large rivers all the time. I mean, that's a
Yeah, I think that makes the river dynamic significantly more interesting.
yeah.
Um I think the fuel changes are I could see some people disliking that, but that would completely change the flow of combat a lot.
Yeah.
Um
I mean, I really
so it'd be interesting to see how it plays out.
ships are just so far behind everything. Even with all the changes I've made here, they're definitely the weakest military branch by far. But I think they're
There
deployable.
was just no reason to use them.
Yeah, I mean, there's not like a reason. They don't have any niche specific to them. Everything they do, you can do with ground and air units just fine. But I think I've buffed them up enough that you can use them just fine, and they do what they're supposed to do as they were intended. And
Yeah, I think also um I made comments about how initially the ships were like rock paper scissors, which wasn't very fun.
yeah,
So I think adding them to be able to attack each other in different ways was definitely a good idea.
hmm yeah. So that's the thing. The cruisers and the subs just felt so weird because they're just so narrow in what they do. A lot of the time, even in story mode, once they've done their one specific thing, they just sit there and do nothing for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's once like they did their two things. It's like, all right, I guess I'm just gonna forget those exist.
Yeah. So cruisers aren't. I took the cruiser I built its damage chart mostly copied from the anti-air's damage chart, with some numbers tuned up here and there. Considering that's the gun it's using, it's not the same kind of gun, but it's similar enough. I think that's where I want to go for. It doesn't. I
Mhm.
don't think there's a reason why you should be fighting large tanks with cruisers, but I think it should at least be able to scrap with anything it sits next to. And this way, it actually has.
Yeah, like
This way, it always has.
gun's a
Yeah,
gun.
this way, it always has something to shoot at, even if it's you don't. Even if it doesn't need to be used at the moment, it's always able to do something. It doesn't feel like dead weight. Um,
Yeah, and just being able to sit it
yeah.
in a
So
river.
I cut them down probably harder than I've seen anyone else talk about cutting them down, even in like other actual hacks. Um, it's possible to maybe a bit too much. I mean, cutting 10,000 off the battleship is a lot. I think it's fairly justified because it has the same damage chart as the missiles, and the missiles are, I mean, not the missiles, the rockets, and the rockets are already a lot cheaper and can go on land.
I think I think part of the problem with them possibly when it comes to that pricing could be sure that they have the same damage chart, but as long as they are out of range in the water, nothing else can hit them except a ship
That's true.
for the most part. Um, so they can just feed instantly being one block outside of the shore, while the other artillery units are at threat of being attacked by other ground units.
That's true.
The ship can be just invincible.
If you in against land units, that is a big deal, and I think you do have to design your maps understanding that. Like I said, this I had to convert every map over a bit for various little stuff like this. But what I've noticed, rather than just battleships being a problem, it just meant everything else started to be used more and brought them back down. For the first time, I actually start.
Hmm.
See, what happened is I'm playing the game normally, and like I finish development phase, and I'm like, okay, hey, I'll build a battleship here. That's pretty nice. I'll move it over here. I'm like, or my opponent build one. I'm like, wow, I really want a sub right now. And then like, hey, 10,000, I'll build a sub. I'm like, man, these subs, I need a cruiser. And suddenly I've got all this stuff. I mean, it's not always that clean, but especially considering that bombers still totally destroy battleships. I think the important thing is to make sure that both players have access to ports on the same body of water at all times. You can't just build a port.
Yeah.
And I, as I've done that, I haven't noticed any problems. I mean, assuming they're ports that you're not going to be able to schmoove over and take their port too. There's got to be a pretty healthy distance between them, similar to the bases. But for the most part,
Yeah, part of I think it was the second to last mission, Enigma, in the first one. The like seaport was so far away. It's like I'm not gonna use this, and it was so close to theirs that when I did try to use it, anything I spawned just got destroyed. So I was like, all right, yeah, I'm just not
yeah,
gonna do any sea stuff.
yeah, I had to basically do them like you do the bases, where they're set at opposite ends. But like that's the thing is like before, more often than not, in these maps you'll see bases. People will put ports just as cities you can't heal on, more than to be used for actual ports in the map's design. Like,
What do you mean by that? Like paint a picture
or
of a
like
map?
if in their map's design they wanted to put a city somewhere, but they didn't want you to heal, they would just make it a port. Like that's how bad ships were at high level play. That
So it's like a city. Do you still get the 1,000 gold
yeah,
if you
you still
capture
get
it?
gold, but it doesn't heal units. I mean, I was just
Oh,
using that
so
as an
it's just
example of just how throwaway people treated ships and
okay.
ports.
That makes sense. Okay, yeah.
So anything like that absolutely had to go. But yeah, I think it's just more just a fun anecdote of just how dire the issue was. Um, let's see. Cost changes, fuel changes. Yeah, okay, so the defenses. So I turned them all up to about where their land or air equivalents would sit, just usually a bit lower, made them a bit bulkier overall. I think it's better that instead of being cheap and hard to interact, being too expensive to use and too hard to interact with, make them easier to use and easier for everyone to interact with them. Because like
Mm-hmm.
the very first thing I noticed, because this wasn't one of my initial changes, um, when I on one of my first drafts, I noticed that after I did my first changes, the buffs, that I was just able to just plop a bunch of landers all over the place and just lock my opponent off the map, just stick them over bridges, stick them on my HQ, just stick them in places so it makes it hard to move around. And they're just so bulky, they're almost impossible to remove. It's like, wow, this is this is like I didn't realize just how overtuned they made the stats of the ships until then. But they're
So in that like what I don't understand about that is just the numbers. Like, what does this
that's how
1025
much
mean?
damage.
And then
So like at the top,
okay,
like
okay.
in vanilla, mechs and tanks can only do 10 damage to landers.
That is a bit silly.
Yeah. Well, actually, mechs can't even damage landers at all. I just added that in. The only thing that can. Yeah,
Oh,
I forgot about that, but I changed that because it was weird because what they did is that all of the machine guns or gun-based weapons can't attack ships, but the incendiary, any cannons or explosive weapons do hurt the ships, but for some reason the mech's bazooka doesn't hurt the ships. So I changed that. Since the mech has the exact same damage chart as the tank all the way through, I just equalized it to that, which it makes sense. It just makes just for more logical sense, I guess. Because I don't really see why it
mm-hmm.
wouldn't. Um, yeah, so I just turned up the values pretty pretty hard on everything because that way you can't just plop landers into places and 10 damage on tanks. I didn't even real it didn't I don't know how it didn't hit me until now, but I can't believe they got away with that. That's so small for freaking tanks.
For specifically when it comes to the bridges, are you gonna make it somehow that? Because I mean, boats go under bridges, not over. So would you be able to make it so that they go technically under the bridge and other things can still cross on the
I would
bridge? Do
that
you
would
think
be
that's
ni-
even possible?
that would be nice, but you can't have the way you can't have two units on the same square. I mean, the game physically
Yeah, that's
doesn't
why I
work.
was concerned
Like
of it
I don't
being
even
possible.
like there's some things that I think you could that if you just completely restructured how all the data was stored, like I could fit new thises or that's in to certain places where there just straight up isn't place for it, like more COs or more units or whatever. But something like that, I don't. It would probably be shorter just to like rebuild the game in Unity or something than to try and fix that. That's the best answer I can give. 'Cause see,
Okay, that's
I mean, I imagine the devs ran into a similar problem, which is why planes can't fly over enemy units either.
yeah, possibly. Is how is it? Because you said that like tiles were objects, and then
So,
the units are objects as well. I imagine.
so the way it when a unit moves onto a tile, it's just a reference to what's it's in the way it's stored. There isn't not only is there I mean there isn't space for multiple units, but the way that all the actions that need to then reference that data that's in there, I don't know how that would work if you had multiple things stored to them. I mean, everything,
Yeah, I
the
guess you
entire game
couldn't
would have to be
attack.
rebuilt from the ground up, and I'd have to find a way to get it to differentiate between multiple units in the same place.
Like if there was a cruiser under a bridge and then a tank on top,
Mm-hmm.
somebody's trying to attack the
Yeah.
tank. How do you
Well, like
select?
in Unity, that wouldn't be all that hard, to be honest. But working with ASM on a GBA, I'm not really sure. Without just starting completely over.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think the modding aspect is part of the problem. It's just
No, it's just a
from the core, it's not how it's designed, and
yeah,
there's just no way to do it with what you have.
yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't like to say never in programming, but it would take, like I said, I think it would take longer to completely rebuild the game from scratch in Unity than it would be to try and solve this problem. So I don't even, it's not worth
Yeah,
it. Um, well,
it's a fun
now
strategic
what
addition.
I am considering is making it so that ships can pass through bridges but not land on them. They have. I do think that is possible, but I'm not sure if I want to do that or not
Hmm.
because logically,
So I think that would actually be the best solution.
yeah,
Actually,
I'm fairly certain. Theoretically, I think I have an idea of how that could work, but I'm not sure. I'll have to see. And at the same time, the ships there isn't any logical reason why a ship wouldn't be able to sit there in a space where a bridge was opened. I mean, I don't have a bridge opening animation, and I'm not going to put one in because having it
yeah.
swap tile sets on the fly sounds miserable to try and work in.
And I mean, I think if you look at the two scenarios, like which is more realistic, boat stopping on top of a bridge or not stopping under it, I think the not stopping under it sounds more
Yeah, I mean,
realistic.
it definitely. I think it'd be more of a gameplay thing than a realism thing because what it would it's still representing the idea that a bridge has been pulled up and there's a ship there, and that's why something can't cross over it. Even if I don't have an animation for the tile to show a bridge being pulled up,
Yeah.
It's just a matter of,
Yeah, I agree. It offers interesting strategic options.
I think either way is fine, but I might look into it at some point. But since I think both options work, I think for the time being, it's gonna put it pretty low on my priorities. Since it would be I would have to work around a lot of stuff in the first place. Um,
Yeah, I guess one of the big problems with it would be if you made the bridge an unmovable tile for the ships. I mean, I guess it already is. How do you make it so that it opens up the squares beyond those immovable tiles?
yeah, well, bridges are only the bridge sprite is only one tile each, so I'm not really. So I could just design it so that I could just make a new tile that shows the bridge pulled apart and probably make it work. I don't know how good it would look though. I don't know. There's a lot of
Can you
logistical
do that?
issues I'd have to look into.
Can you add new sprites like that?
I'm sure adding new sprites in the tile set, absolutely. Um, the problem, the problem with that, the initial problem at least, is that the tile sets are already a set things, and to put a new thing in, I would have to write it over. I would have to physically sprite it in over something that's already there. So it works like it's a bitmap kind of thing, like all that old NES stuff, where it's just a giant blob of visuals, and it just draws the
Mm-hmm.
coordinates out, and makes something that looks like the sprite. So I would have to go in and then sprite it in. So
And you would lose a different sprite in the process.
yeah, it's
Hmm.
not
I
it's
would,
doable, but I'm not really. A solution definitely could be found. I just don't have one on mind
yeah.
at the moment.
Yeah, I think I do agree that's a problem for another day. And as long as someone uses their
Yeah. Well,
imagination with
and
it,
my
they'll
big
get over
problem
it.
with that is that putting a ship on a port already does that same thing. Like it shows a ship floating on top of the city. So in terms,
Yeah, well, yeah. What I was thinking was because first it's like opening up the bridge. So like, let's say you did do the opening up the
oh
bridge thing. Um, let's say you have done that. You made the sprite for it. Can the bridge open up at every single tile? That doesn't sound like how bridges work. They usually open up in one spot in the middle. So
yeah.
like,
Well, no,
would it be
I draw the
interesting?
sprite so that I would draw an open bridge, but the size of the open bridge would only be one tile's worth of size.
Yeah, yeah. I just
It
mean
would
like,
just look
so
really
like, let's say
small.
we have a bridge that's 5 tiles long. Do all 5 tiles open? Because I don't
Oh,
think bridges that open for ships don't work like that.
yeah, that would be a
I would say only
problem.
one would
No,
open.
you're right. That would be a
So then
problem.
you'd have to make a unique object where only one of them will be openable.
Actually, I think I've seen multi-layered bridge. Wait, I think I've seen bridges with multiple sides, so it might not be that jarring actually.
I mean, probably in like the Panama Canal or something, but
Like I feel like I've seen it where there was like two. There was like the thing that was sitting in the river in the middle, and there was two openable bridge sides on either side. I think I've seen something like that before. I have to look at it.
are you talking about like where it closes a ship in and then increases how much water is in there or decreases?
Um, Let me see if I can find a picture. Okay, well, this is probably good enough. I don't know if this is actually how this bridge works, but I can at least use it as a visual display. Discord. Oh. me see if I want a smaller picture. This should work. Like, see how there's multiple sections of each bridge?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like each one could open up individually. So I could probably justify having each part of the bridge tile be its own thing without it being too logically
Yeah.
jarring. But
Yeah.
I don't tying multiple tiles together into a single sprite is pretty nasty. I'd have to do a lot of work on that just in general. There's a couple objects in there that do something like that. Most of them don't have function. Actually, I take that back. They do visual tricks to fix all. Well, that's not true. There's the volcano. There's only one thing in the Advance Wars 2 that has a large multi-sprite object that does have a combined function. Most of them either have a giant sprite, but only one sprite actually has a function attached to it, like a giant cannon, or like they just make it small enough to fit into one. But there is one object that does that, so that is technically possible, but I think it would be easier just to make each bridge its own separate function and just justify it as a multi-layered bridge.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
anyway,
I agree.
I think for now I'm just gonna
Yeah, that
let the
somehow
ships
got
sit in the
really.
bridges. I mean, like the main thing against it is that if the devs were willing to let ships float on cities, I mean, I feel hard to really justify me willing to go for the realism of not letting the ships look like they're floating on the bridges.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind like making a new ship sprite. A new port sprite. The problem is that the ports are so tall, they bleed into the others, and so they're part of the tile set. And so I need to remake all of that. So, but I would be much more willing to do that than figuring out what to do with the bridges. I think they had actually one of the old games had a really nice port design that actually made it look like the ships were floating in water. But anyway, I digress. Where was I? Oh yeah, so another interesting thing. So mechs and tanks did 10% to landers, but they did 5 to cruisers and 1% to battleships and subs. So the problem with landers is just exacerbated with the others. So I'm definitely glad I tuned them up a lot more.
Yeah, that's a little bit silly.
Okay, where did I leave off? Oh, there was one last thing on the units list. So anytime a transport unit was dealt 95 damage by something, I changed it to 90 or 100 because unlike the other units where having an HP total matters, the transports do the same thing at 10 that they do at 1. So making whether you actually stop a transport maneuver a coin flip is kind of terrible. So
I
I just
agree.
tore every single one of those out. Um, the bomber and
Yeah, I
the bomber
prefer
sub
solid
the
rules.
bomber sub and battleship coin flips on landers were flipped 100 to bombers, 100 to subs, and 90 to battleships. APCs have terrain, so I didn't bother with any of theirs. Transport copters transport copters take 95 against battle copters, and so I turned that down to 90. It's not a big. It's a small change, but one I think the game really needed. I don't know why they thought that was okay, but anyway.
I think it makes it better, yeah.
Okay, now into the characters. So, like I said, I didn't change Nell at all. I don't know how you could balance something that is completely random, and it's not broken, so I'm just going to leave it alone and be a fun Easter egg part of what Advance Wars is. So Andy, I think, is mostly fine, so I didn't change him much at all. I turned his little power down from 30,000 to 20,000, or 3 stars to 2 stars, because it's kind of useless and you never want to use it against it. But as a cheap spammable thing, 2 HP can kind of add up, so it's actually kind of decent. I still don't think it's as good as his big one, but it feels like an actual option now. So I feel like I can choose between two
Mm-hmm.
different playstyles of making big pushes with saving up and making big pushes with hyper upgrade, or just constantly refueling my units with the little one. I also increased the def. I don't know if I'm going to. Whether I keep this is dependent on another change I'll make someday later, but I also brought the defense up from. So instead of being 1 move, 20 attack, and 10 defense, because everything gets. Oh yeah, so like like how every unit, kind of how like in the first game every power grants 10% attack and 10% defense to everything. In Advance Wars 2, it just grants 10% defense. Personally, I'm in favor of just not having a generic bonus at all because it messes up the math on a lot of things, and it's easier to just program any changes you specifically want in yourself. So I think in my version of the game there won't be any generic bonus at all, but I decided to leave it in here because it's part of what Advance Wars 2 is. So I improved it, so now his
Mm-hmm.
defense is the same as his attack, just to give him a little extra oomph so he feels a little more on par. He feels pretty much exactly the same. I didn't want to change him that much. He's pretty much good. But he has a little more options now. So I do have an idea for a day-to-day once I start getting functionalities built in. I really would like to give him an ability where he repairs extra HP when sitting on cities over a turn.
That
That's
would be
what
very cool.
I really don't like the idea of characters not having anything at all. Maybe just like small things like what Olaf has, but I think they should have something at least, just because it makes them stand out too much, at least by this point. So anyway,
I think that would be a
yeah,
really cool addition, having a little more HP
yeah,
increase.
because the problem with the cities is that 2 HP a turn is just kind of you're wasting your time more than anything. The unit would be a lot more useful just throwing it away or merging it into something.
Well, I guess there are actually two ways you could take that. I think the idea is very solid, and there's two ways you can go with it. One, just an HP increase, or you could decrease the amount of money it costs to
That's
fix it.
true. That would be a lot more.
I think this
I
would.
think that would, what I can tell, I think that would be a whole lot more programming work. But I think either option is flavor wise pretty viable.
Yeah, both would offer interesting
The
choice
thing about less
decisions.
gold though is that getting 2 HP per turn really isn't good on any level, even if it was free, because it would, even if units like took a big hit, it's like at 2 or 3 HP, it's gonna take 4 whole turns before it's back to full of it just sitting and doing nothing. And it would have been much more valuable merging it into something or using it as fodder or blocking stuff up.
That's true.
So I think making it speeding up the healing process gives it more utility than just making it cheaper. Because this way,
I
this
agree.
way, it'll take 1 to 2 turns depending on how beat up it is to come back, and it's balanced since he still has to pay the full price of the recovery. So he's basically he gains double, but he also has to pay double effectively because the value itself isn't lowered.
Okay, that makes sense. I think that's definitely a good way to balance it naturally with what's already in the game.
One of the characters in DS has an effect like that, so I'm just gonna once I'm at the point where I can start getting code put in, I'm just gonna take a peek at that and just see how they did it. And probably I can't copy it because that's not how code doesn't translate that way, but I can take the idea of it. I can probably lift the idea of it wholesale for the most part. I'll just have to change a bunch of
Yeah.
numbers. Let's see. Max, I think, is also pretty good, and too, I don't think he needs much change. 20% feels pretty strong. Honestly, very rarely does any character go over 20% in anything, so even though it seems low compared to 50, it's actually pretty good. So all I did was remove the indirect damage part, just as a quality of life, because it doesn't really make any sense, just considering that it doesn't actually add anything, because with -1 range, indirects are not only hard to use anyway, but don't 10% doesn't actually change any values in any meaningful ways. And at least this way, the ones you're forced to use pre-deployed in story mode feel a little less useless.
They are they still have a
Oh
range
yeah,
decrease, don't they?
that's the shtick. My point is that the range decrease is such a massive nerf in itself. It doesn't the actual math from turning the indirects down from 100 to 90 doesn't actually make any meaningful changes. So I don't really see why it should be there. All it really does is just all
That
it
makes
does is make
sense.
campaign mode indirects you're forced to use just feel extra awful. And so considering Max's whole thing is he's the power character, so lowering I don't really like the idea of lowering power in any capacity. Having him have terrible aim is kind of the thing. Not really that it's weaker. And I also
What?
turned up the damage on his powers. So his little powers for 3 stars you get 140 and 1 star, and I turned it up to 150 and I mean from 140 in one move to 150 in one move. It just changes around a few calculations more favorably. As 140 just doesn't really do much. It's just barely under the threshold for some stuff. And 150 was a good place to put it for Advance Wars 1. I understand why they did that because that's at a perfect sweet spot to hit a lot of things good. It's just that's not the sort of thing you should have access to all the time. But it is a good number. I do like it. And for the superpower, I brought it up from 160 to 180 because it also has a bunch of really good calcs that lets him hit. It doesn't. He isn't significantly better, but he definitely feels his ability to punch. The biggest problem with Max is that without indirects, he has no way to punch through defensive lines inherently. He just has to make up for that with
Mm-hmm.
his just inherent strength. So I want to give his um, choke breaking tools a little more oomph, more than anything.
That makes sense.
Yeah, a lot of characters don't really need much change. The middle of the road characters are pretty much fine for the most part. Then we have Sammy. Sammy was a hot mess because she's just at the point where I think she's almost okay, like in terms of strict power, but what she does is just so frustrating and awful that I can't justify it. So I have to find a way to remove all that without actually making her weaker. And so I just had to spend a good while with her. So what I ended up doing is first I turned her soldiers down from 130 to 120. That had to go. That's just being able to take a tank down to 2 to 1 HP off a first strike with the mech is insane. I don't think soldiers should ever go over 120. It tilts the capture phase so hard. It's okay on Sammy to have Sammy have just having it is okay because of how much he pays for it to only have buffed soldiers and that's it. I think it's all right, but eh, I think 130 is just a little too much. The capture rate I also turned down because being able to I don't think I should have to basically kill the unit to remove it. At 1.3 is what I changed it to. Basically, instead of making it almost impossible to remove, you have to almost remove it to break her caps. You just have to hit her twice to break the cap. If you attack with an infantry, her cap still stays, whereas anyone else on the cast won't, and that's still really good, especially since she's one of the only people that has that. But if
Yeah,
you're
that's
willing to
a
take the opportunity cost to throw a tank or an anti-air or anything that should not be attacking an infantry and make that attack an infantry, I think that the player should be getting a cap break for that because just of how much that's just so much opportunity cost to spend a 7 or 8,000 unit gold unit to attack a 1,000 gold unit. But this is like I said, these are pretty big nerfs though. So in return, I buffed her transport defense. Originally, I was considering buffing her defense back up like in Advance Wars 1, but then I quickly figured out why they removed it in the first place, and that she can't have improved defense on soldiers. It's too disbalancing. Instead, I decided to give her defense to the transports, which is, I assume, the gist of what they were trying to do was to just make it so they could get in better. With having improved defense on the transports, this way they not only have a much higher chance of surviving getting in, but they can also act as blockers and help you get more that way. So, in a sense, it does help improve your capture game a bit, but you have to be a little more strategic about it. Also, this means that her copters don't get one shot by artillery or rockets and whatever. They can survive with a little bit of HP, so they can keep going. So that's also really nice. In addition to the fact they still have their +1 move. Um, For some reason, her powers don't have that perfect movement for soldiers anymore. I don't know why it's not there, but it's still in the code to be there. It's just off, so I just turned it back on. So one thing I did do is give her 1.5 capture rate back when you pop her little power, so that if you do want to still have that the really hard to break caps, you do have that tool, but you have to spend your meter to do it. And then probably the biggest nerf is that I completely removed her instant capture thing from her super.
I think that's
I
probably a
think
good move.
it's I hate to have to had to nerf her that much, but I think the idea that you can capture a city the moment you touch it just shouldn't be allowed to exist in the game. It just fundamentally breaks what makes advanced. It cheats the rules too much, in my opinion. I know I've seen some other mods that turn it down to just a times 2 multiplier, so you can still get the 1 day cap if the unit was at full HP, but I don't even think that's okay, to be honest. So I turned it down to 1.9, so a full HP unit will bring a city down to 1 capture point. So it basically means it has to be removed to break it. In return, though, I brought her gauge down from 8 stars to 6, so she's in line with everything else. She gets it a lot easier. And I mean, it still has the plus 80% damage for soldiers and +2 movement. So I think overall, I've managed to keep her in relatively the same place as she was, despite axing basically all the great stuff about her. It was not easy. I mean, I revised her several times over, but I think she's at a good point.
Yeah, that's a lot of very informed choice decisions that you can obviously tell there was significant thought put into them.
Let's see. Pull you back up. Here we go.
Uh,
Hachi. So Hachi went under a couple revisions. So this is where I have him right now. So I turned his little power down from 50% to 30%. So considering that he gets 10% regular, it's basically 3 stars for an additional 20% off his cost, which I think is pretty fair, especially considering it may not sound like much, but considering how much he gets day to day, I think it's more than fair for him. I completely removed the cost reduction for his superpower because having additional if you're going to be able to build like that, you shouldn't be also getting the cost. I think that's insane. To be honest, he probably should have a cost penalty attached to building stuff to cities, but I don't think I'm going to go that far just yet. So how I have it is that for 6 stars, he can get his city building ability and nothing else, or he can do 3 stars to get a 30% discount.
I think that makes sense, and giving a cost penalty does not make sense to his character purpose being a salesman.
I think you could probably considering you're building in places you're not supposed to building. You could I think there's some flavor justify you can make part of how he was able to make the
That's what I
deal or
was thinking.
some sort of bribe or I think I could justify it if I wanted it to be there, but I don't think it needs to be. So I'm just going to leave it at 0. To be honest, I kind of undervalued it for a while. I just keep every time I revised it, I just nerf his city power more and more. Like it's just it's so ridiculous. I'm amazed. Just being able to let it still exist took a lot of nerfing, but I do want to still let him be able to do it because it's a really cool idea, and there's nothing else even remotely like that in the game. But it's even if you're not actually getting any value from it, the momentum shift of just being able to build like that is just so crazy. I mean, 10
Yeah, it's a
I
fun
still
move.
he's probably still one of the best characters in the game. He's just with the rest of the pack now. I considered bringing his 10% discount down to 5% for a while, but um, I don't I don't think it's going to end up being as necessary. Some people like that. but if he can be balanced while still keeping that, I think I'd like to keep it there. There's another character in DS and on Advanced Wars by Web, because they brought the DS commanders into that game too for some reason. And they have a effectively the same thing, and they're pretty much fine. So I don't think having 10% isn't an inherently overtuned perk. So I'm gonna leave it alone and see what it does. He might actually need some slight more tweaking after this. Maybe I'd bring down his day to day, but this is where I'm gonna leave him
Mm-hmm.
here.
Yeah, I mean, and like you said, having a price decrease is kind of his
Actually,
character thing.
I'm just gonna copy and paste the. This will be a lot easier to follow. Let's see, we're up to Hachi. Oh, Lord. Okay. Next is Olaf. I left Olaf mostly the same. I removed the rain thing since it doesn't really come up at all, and just made it a generic. His he has extra movement in snow because I can't really think of a logical reason why rain would affect him so adversely, and I don't
Mm-hmm.
really think it's.
Especially if he's
Well, it
fine in
also just
snow.
feels, yeah, especially since snow and slush basically create the same weather conditions anyway when you're trying to move large groups of people. But gameplay wise, there just isn't really a point to it because there isn't a need for a trade off for a power that's as anemic as he moves through snow, which doesn't happen at all except unless he brings it. Also, there's an unused feature in the game that so Drake has a feature that when he's in a map and there's random weather, you're 7% more likely to have rain be chosen as weather next turn. There's also a similar mechanic in place for snow, but it goes unused, so I decided to turn it on for Olaf. So if in the
Hmm.
situation that random weather comes on, he also gets the same bonus that Drake does, just as a fun little tidbit. The only real meaningful gameplay change I made him is that I decreased his blizzard down from 3 to 2
Is that turns or
meter. Yeah,
meter?
so it costs 20,000.
Okay.
So since he doesn't really have kind of like with Andy, since they basically don't have day-to-day powers or only have kind of anemic powers, I decided to give them really nice, well, not slightly above average for rate powers, like supers in return for that. Con- considering that, and considering that his global damage power is just so overwhelming compared to it, I thought kind of like what I did with Andy, I made his little power cheaper to try give it its own identity and not feel like it's just stealing away from the big one. So
Mm-hmm.
basically you can take it in two ways where you can just save up for the big one and just bomb your opponent every 7 stars, or you can just hold on to and just tactically bring snow in whenever you need it on the cheap. And what's really cool is this, and especially since I removed the um, increase mechanic, is that now he can fill up a meter and hold on to multiple blizzards in a row. So you can save up and like plan out and have multiple turn. If you save a meter instead of dropping a global damage, you could just do multiple turns of snow one after the other and like lock your opponent out from something.
It sounds like it could get a little
It could be,
obnoxious, just constantly getting
it
snowed
could be,
on.
but considering that it doesn't affect ships or planes and you would also have to give up using his really good power to do it. I think it's a good enough trade-off. The point is that his little power never gets used at all. It basically might as well not exist. So I need to find a way. I want to find a way to get it to stand out somehow. And to be fair, I'm talking it up a lot more than it probably is. I just really like Olaf in general. Actually, finding an opportunity where you can get Snow to have something meaningfully, you have to really look for it. It's not just.
Mm-hmm.
It's much more, I guess, skillful because it isn't really strong in a vacuum.
It needs to be strategically used.
I still think Olaf's about where I'd say about as strong as I'd say he was, since I really didn't change him much at all. But I do enjoy this version more. Next is Grit. So I didn't want to change characters for their core identity, but I made one exception for Grit. Originally I was just trying to like turn down values and stuff, but what I found out is that it just made him even more lopsided. I would remove his day-to-day damage, or I'd weaken his powers or something, and just let him to be basically the same. Basically, it would be like how he was in Advance Wars 1. He's still, if he's in position, he can lock you out just fine. All it does is make him even less possible to play any sort of conventional strategy. So I made the hard decision to let the extra movement, the extra range day-to-day go. It's not the most I imagine some Grit people might not like that. I'm not, and to be fair, I don't think I'm even the first person to suggest it, frankly. But Grit can't be a character that does anything besides his weird, hyper narrow, very slow and unfun thing, and still exist as he is. So what I ended up doing.
I mean, that it still looks fairly like you're giving them more attack.
Well, yeah, let me get
and
into
sure
it.
the
So
range
in
is
return
gone.
for the range loss, which is massive, I can't understate that enough, I gave him 1% movement in exchange, and then tuned his 20 up to a 30. Now, that sounds really good, but considering that how indirects work, movement, it barely doesn't. It's barely noticeable for the most part. All it does is give him some slight better. It lets him move himself into position slightly better, and that's about it. Because ideally, an ideal indirect doesn't even want to be moving in the first place. If you're having to move an indirect, you're already losing out in some way. So I feel it's justified enough, especially considering that missiles and rockets have tires and their ability to move is so horrible. But if you push them up from 5 to 6, they go from, on planes they go from 2 to 3, and then on forests they go from 1 to 2. So it gives them just a little bit extra oomph to actually move. I was considering
Trying to move those around was always a
Yeah,
hassle.
originally I was just going to give the movement buff to the tired vehicles, but then I was like, well, I'll just make. I didn't see a noticeable, but since I didn't find a noticeable difference between giving it to the artillery and battleships too, I just decided to just make it a blanket one, make it a little more simple, and save space on the dossier. In return for, I've also brought his direct vehicle damage up from 80 to 90, more in line with what most other people's penalties are. I also lowered his gauge down, so I didn't. In addition to removing the additional range on his day-to-day, I also cut down his powers. So he went from having +1 day-to-day, +2 on his little power, and +3 on his big power, and now he has 0, 1, and 2. So his little power is basically just what he had day-to-day, and his super is basically what he was used to be getting from his little power. So considering how drastically nerfed that honestly makes him, considering that the damage value stayed the same all the way through, I decided it wasn't really fair to keep both his big and his little give him 50. So compared to what his old little power was, his new one basically just reads get 20 points of damage. And so all it really does is bring him back up to where he was day to day, how he used to be for one turn for 3 stars. He definitely needs a lot of testing considering I don't like playing Grit to begin with. I definitely enjoyed playing this version of Grit a lot more because I could actually deploy things and just sort of and just have my indirects be my power units rather than creating this convoluted strategy of positioning stuff and slowly inching forward space by face using massive waves of infantry to block stuff. So it felt a lot better to do. He wasn't colossally slow, and in maps where he couldn't set up as well, he still played just fine. Because you could still work around stuff, especially considering the mobility buff. I can't really say for sure where I think he's definitely weaker, but how much I can't really say without a lot more people to touch him. What I
Yeah,
can
it's especially a specifically Grit
Yeah,
player.
what I can say though is that I found him so much more enjoyable to play. And I think most people who didn't like Grit would probably like this version of Grit, since they can actually use other units besides infantry and artilleries. 90 is still a pretty big penalty, all things considered. I mean, it's definitely nothing to scoff at.
Yeah.
Every, I mean, every little point matters so much because of how even it all is. But 80 is just, you basically can't touch things unless they're a whole tier below you. So, come on. There we go. Paste you in here. Maybe that's not it. Lord. Come on, computer. There we go.
Wait.
All right. And next is colon. So I didn't change a whole lot in volume, but I took his little power and doubled the cost of it. And considering that we went from 9,000 to 4, basically it used to be 18 and now he has to pay 40. So into
That's
I've
pretty
played
good.
with it and it feels a lot better like this. I mean, if you can technically reach big numbers like you used to, but the only way to do that is to explicitly just sit and not spend large amounts of money constantly. And I think that's how he should have been to begin with. If you want to get ridiculous returns on his little power, then you have to save and not you have to save and just not spend for a turn, which is a pretty big, and I think that's a big enough drawback to be able for the reward of getting a massive payoff on that. And then I lowered his power down. Those numbers aren't 100% exact just because it calculates it in a really weird way, but it comes out to it's 90. I think it's comes out to something like 2.499999 whatever percent, not straight 2.5, but that was as close as I could get it with the really weird damage formula it uses. And I don't want to even think about touching that, so I'm going to leave it as is. I don't think it actually makes him.
Yeah, I mean it seems like it solves his main problem,
I think it.
which was
Yeah,
the
I
money.
think like it only makes like 1%. I think it only rounds it off about 1% for every 100, which you're never going to hit anyway. So I'm okay with it being slightly off, but it's effectively 2.5, so that's what I'm going to write it down as. Okay, combi. It wasn't difficult, but I did have to hit a lot of things because he's just really overtuned in this game. Originally, I set him to his 120, 120 for 20 stat line, and to be honest, even that felt really strong still. Because defense is. In Advanced Wars 1, they did kind of calculate defense like they do attack to try and keep it equal, but in Advanced Wars 2, they changed it to do that, how I was telling you, where it decreases by total defense. So 100% isn't half, it's all of it. Because of that, his 20% defense means a whole lot more in this game than it did in the last one. So I either had to do something about his stat line or find some other way to nerf him. So instead of, and while I am considering lowering his stat line in the game I'm working on, for here I just flipped it. So instead of being 130, 130 for 20, he's 120, 120 for 30. And I've really liked how it looks so far. You really feel that the units are still really strong. They're probably the strongest regular units by far, considering how much characters have to give up for 20%, like Max or whatever, and Jessen, all of them. Having 120 and 120 defense on top of that, I think as much as 130 brings it up, I think it works. You, the cost definitely hurt, but I think I think he's in a lot better place than he was at least.
What does unit cost 120 and 130
So,
mean?
oh, percentage. So
Okay, okay.
yeah, so 100 is just one. Instead of writing 20% or 30%, I just wrote as 120, 130 because that's how the game recognizes it internally. So that's how I wrote everything down.
Okay.
Yeah, so his infantry are going to cost 1,300. His tanks are going to cost 9,100. It may not sound like a lot, but you definitely feel it when you're crunching out your crunching out your what you can afford each turn. And I think for 120, 120, which is an absolutely ridiculous stat line, he definitely needs to hurt for it. I also brought down the additional defense he gains from his powers back to normal, because for no reason should he have such a massive.
160 is just dumb.
Yeah, the fact that it stacks with terrain is just so ridiculous. I don't think I let any defense buff stay anywhere. Defense should just not be buffed. Either you like make a new defense formula or you just leave it alone.
Yeah, especially with how poorly it communicates defense.
Well, the numbers it'll show you when you on the mini screen when you attack and defend, those numbers are accurate, but how it got to those numbers from the base numbers, it's not the easiest to figure out in your head unless you knew what the base numbers already were. And since I stripped his by stripping the defense out of his big power, I basically is a bit of a problem because that means that the only difference between his big power and his little power is that he gets the counterattack bonus. So I gave him a regular sized super meter to go along with this, so he can get his super the same at the average rate of most of the other characters, but I don't think that really buffs him so much as it makes it feel even to his little power, which costs 4, which
Mm-hmm.
otherwise would be basically the same thing because a counterattack bonus doesn't actually help him do anything explicitly. It's all assumed based on what your opponent does, and that's not really, unless it's something highly overtuned. I wouldn't really. That doesn't really make for a good power because it doesn't really change what he's doing for his turn. Okay, there we go. Sonya, I think she's mostly fine how she is. Turning down the luck and giving her some actual sauce is really all she needed, and they did that. So what I did is the only thing I really don't like about her is that the luck value is just so swingy. So instead of having a 10 luck value and a negative 10 luck value, I just removed her luck entirely. So now she does the exact same she'll do the exact amount of damage that it shows you on the screen, no more, no less. So while she still misses out on the coin flips, because that she would have missed out on before because of the luck, at least now you can tell, you do know exactly what's going to happen before you go into it. So you can you don't just get surprised on by a really bad luck roll.
Yeah, and it didn't really seem to have, since her thing is entirely fog. Like, why is the luck here?
Yeah,
Like,
well,
especially the bad luck.
my in-game justification is that her whole thing is about intel, so she doesn't rely on luck. So that's why she doesn't get any. Which I
That makes sense.
And that
as
might
well.
have been what they were going for, and negative 10 bad luck was just, they just felt that was the easiest.
Bad intel.
Well, no, more like it was just an easy way to take her luck away without actually having to change the generic value that everyone has. But since I can just change her specifically, this just feels a lot better. And this way, it's not random. And honestly, I almost like not having the luck almost feels good, even though it's objectively better, just because I can count to the T what the exact points my opponent has on every single unit every single time. I don't know, it feels nice in a way.
That's
Also,
that's I usually prefer some sort of like pure objectivity, less RNG when it's something
Yeah.
like this.
one thing I do really want to add, and I want to try to at least get it into the game I'm making, is to redesign the visual display so you can actually see the full 100 HP of each unit and not just a summarized to the 10 value. I know it's
I think that would be great.
I know it's possible. I have an idea of how I could implement it once I get going. All I would have to do is redraw how the game displays stuff and draw stuff to be displayed. But I think it's very achievable, considering that some of just interactable objects on the map already will show you 100 HP. So I know for a fact it's a feature that can't exist because you see it. Because there's a couple new objects, there's cannons and stuff that shoot at you and you can destroy them, and they show their full 100 HP for some reason, but not. I don't know why they didn't just give that to all the units, but whatever. But that at least shows me that it's very much a feature that exists and I can use, even if I have to just take the idea of it rather than copy it over. Also, I lowered her power down from 3 to 2 because, kind of like in the first game, it doesn't do anything. It just gives you one extra vision and lets you see in reefs and forests. Which, in Fog War that's pretty nice, but I can't imagine why you'd ever pay for it, considering you can just save up 2 extra stars and get that exact same effect and get a really useful combat effect. So at least this way there's some way to differentiate between them.
I agree. That's probably a good choice.
Alright. Next is the one I probably spent the most time with because I do really like Sensei. I probably redesigned this guy at least 6 or 7 times. But this is where, at least as far as I've gotten, he's at now. So I brought the soldiers and battlecopter values down because they're way too high and they didn't need to be that high. They don't even need to be half that high to be good to begin with. So soldiers are down from 140 to 120. I took the copters down from 150 to 130. I also removed the additional movement buff from the APCs and the landers because his whole thing is that he's a paratrooper and he does copter stuff, so why would the non-copter, non-soldier things be getting buffs? I mean, I guess you could justify it because soldiers do interact with them, and he has more of an invasion-y theme because he's a paratrooper. But it feels kind of weak, and taking these away gives me more opportunity to put new stuff in elsewhere that fits in better. Namely speaking, in replacement for that, since I gave his transport copters an increased defense like Sammy's, but unlike Sammy, who gets a 20% on all three, he only gets 30% on just the copters. I also gave his battle copters a 1% movement increase too. So even though they don't hit as hard as before, they get some real nice movement. I'd say overall they're probably marginally better, not in terms of numbers, but in what you can do with them. But considering all the other things taken away, I think it works fine. You could probably even turn it down to 120, honestly, and it'd still be good. This is just where I've left it for now. I also removed the naval attack decrease, just because it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me why he'd have unusually bad ships when ships and air units kind of have to work together. That's their whole shtick. It would make more sense that he has bad ground units. And this way, and this is another big issue, is that every other air or naval focused CO in the game can't utilize the other one, and it doesn't make much sense to me because ships and planes are supposed to work together. Granted, there aren't any aircraft carriers in this game. The only explicit synergy is the cruiser, which can pick up copters. But an aircraft carrier does exist in all the future games, and I want to add an aircraft carrier as one of the first new units I put in. So it would be nice if someone can finally take advantage of it.
Can aircraft carriers spawn aircraft units?
It works. They've done something different with it both times. In the DS game, what they did was have it that it can hold any planes and it refuels them. And then in Days of Ruin, they took away its guns, but then gave it the ability to build seaplanes, which are like those really, they're kind of like those the dogfight or low fuel kind of things, like in Top Gun or whatever, where they can't actually go anywhere all that far away, and they have to come back to the carrier. So basically, if I want to do that, and I do really want to, I'll have to design 2 units. I think I'll probably give it like 20 fuel or something, so it has to stay next to the carrier at all times, like actual aircraft carrier planes. But that'll be for something else. I'll figure it out in a bit. I think I figured out how to give units the ability to build from themselves. I think I've got an idea of how that can work. So I'm not too worried about it. It's just a matter of how can I do it so they only build the seaplanes and not just be able, because I could attach it to I could hook the airport build list into the carrier pretty easily. But if I wanted to just have that one functionality, I'm not sure how that would work, because I don't know if there's the ability to have an entirely separate new build list built in with the space already allotted, or would I have to completely restructure things? It's not looking good. So I might.
Why can you not just add more things if space doesn't really matter since it's a ROM?
Well, because everything's hard-coded in to only have certain number of slots for things. So to have new things, I would have to rework how the game sees all of its data structures.
Okay.
So, because like the programmers didn't. That's a problem with a lot of these games. They do basically all the stuff the coding teachers tell you not to do. They just hard code everything. It's basically like everything's a global variable. So if they only want 19 units in the game, they're only going to program 19 slots for units to exist and not leave any space for anything else. Because to them it doesn't matter. But if you want to put new stuff in, well, there's no space left. You're going to have to completely pull it all apart, redesign it to put more stuff into it, and it's very doable, but it's a lot of extra work. But how the build list works, I'm not specifically sure how. I mean, I assume it's going to be the same problem. So it'll come down to if I want to just let them build planes in general, or try if I can figure out how to give them their own list. I haven't seen anything like that in any other hack, so I'd have to figure it out entirely myself. But I don't know. We'll see.
Are these hacks transferable back to the original hardware?
Um, I'm sure.
I'm just
Well, like,
curious, like if that becomes a limitation, since the hard coding is likely
oh,
due
oh, you mean
to.
can I like do they still have interactability with the original games?
Yeah, like can you take the data from this and put it back onto the original cartridge and play it on a Game Boy?
Oh, yeah, you can do it. Well, technically, yes. There's nothing about it. There's nothing about physical Game Boy hardware that can't do anything that I'm doing. It's a matter of getting it on a cart. I have a GBA flash cart. Like I have an EverDrive X5, and I can play pretty much everything on my build on it just fine. I mean, I've tested it just to make sure, but I haven't run into any issues. Now,
Hmm.
I haven't tried to connect it to I haven't tried to do link cable stuff with an original copy of the game. I mean, I can't. Even if it does work, it's probably going to be wonky as hell because values are different.
I was specifically referring to, like, let's say you did change a build list or something that is specifically hard coded to a size, and what if it was hard coded to a size to account for memory limitations and
Oh,
computing
yeah.
limitations, and if you put it onto the original, could that like
Oh,
mess it
that
up how it
if there was
functions?
something that was done specifically for hardware limitations, that would absolutely cause a problem. In fact, there are some things like that I am already aware of, like the number of units that can exist on the field. The game hard caps it to 50. Technically, more can exist, but that's 50 per character is about the point because it has to account for the fact that 4 people can be on a map at one time. Um, any more than that, and the game starts to freak out. So,
What does it
well,
do?
it's too much stuff to process. It slows down. It's all locked up. It just doesn't like having to manage that many things all at once. I mean, and it's really only a problem because the game has to keep track of 4 different armies at once. So, I guess 200 is the hard limit, I'd say. It can technically go over, but at that point, that's when you're going to start to see hardware problems. And I mean, like most
Yeah.
things, at 255, it's probably going to crap out on you entirely because it doesn't know what to do past that. I mean, I haven't tested it out myself, but yeah, there's definitely stuff in there it's not going to be able to do. But that's mostly, like you said, memory issues. It can only do so much at one time. Oh, another thing, that's tiles and colors. That's when I was doing most of the issues I found myself were when I was working with graphics because the game there's 2 different modes. It's got the 16-bit color thing where I can't put in more than, well, like 16. I can only use 16-bit color palettes. I think there's like a couple different ones. Also, like I was saying earlier with tiles, it can only it'll only hold so many different. It can only hold so much stuff in the RAM at one time. I mean,
So
I'd have to like have
so is it like on the NES, things could only have like 3 colors at
yeah.
once?
We're up. Well, there's 2 different. I'm not a good person to ask this because I don't know I can't remember exactly what it is off the top of my head, but there's 2 different things. One of them it's the 16-bit color font like on Windows 95 and all that, and the other one I think it's the 256, and they use that for like all the pre-rendered static images. I'd have to if I'd have to go back and look at it again to give you a good answer. I can't recall the exact details off the top of my head, but yeah, there are. It can only hold so much at one time for colors or for graphics and all that.
And that even impacts the emulator as well?
Um, I think it would just not even boot up if it tried to pull something that wasn't cause the RAM to crap out. I know a couple. Every time I've ever made a mistake doing graphic stuff, I've never gotten it to boot, even in an emulator. So
Hmm.
I just get a warning message and a blank screen. So,
Interesting.
like, yeah, I mean, you need to talk to someone like a lot nerdier than I am in all this. I don't. I've
One of the guys who made the emulator
Yeah.
itself.
Well, I don't think it's the emulator's fault. I think it's just that the system itself can only do so much, and if it's going to, since it's accurately replacing that, it's only going to hold the same amount. I mean, maybe there's some. I know there's some emulators that can ignore size and stuff, like with cartridge sizes. Most emulators won't. Most emulators will load up cartridges no matter what the actual size of it is and just read it all the way through, which is a massive no-no on physical hardware. Um, like I said, I'm not the best person to ask about this kind of stuff. I've very surface level knowledge on
Yeah.
hardware issues. Pretty much just whatever I've ran into personally, I can talk on, and that's not a whole lot. Anyway, let's see. Oh yeah, so also, yeah, I pushed both his powers up by 1 star each. So instead of costing 20 and 60, they cost 30 and 70. And also decreased the HP from 9 to 7. This way, they can still do a 3-turn capture technically, since it's 20 points, but they'll be broken to 4 just like a normal one gets broken to 2. Also, cutting them down like that massively lowers down on the gold and the amount of charge taken. So you'll only get about as much. At most, you'll probably get like a third of the meter from a good set of infantry at 7 HP. And a merge, instead of giving you 800 gold per infantry, a merge is only going to give you like 400 gold. So they still accomplish the same general function, which is to do what infantry do best and be annoying and go places and be fodder. But the values are turned down, so you can't just do cheesy refueling and gold farming and all that stuff they didn't really intend to as much. I'm honestly not sure, just I still think he's probably really good. I'm not It's hard to say just how good, both because I don't have the data and because I've played Sensei so much anyway, I'm no longer really qualified to say whether what's going on is because he's balanced or because I'm just better with him comparatively than the people I'm playing with, which is mostly just friends and family. But
Is there no AI?
the AI is even worse than a person, to be honest. The AI is. I've actually done a lot of research on the AI now. Over the past year or two, I've gained a ton of respect for AI development. Holy crap! Like,
Part of the purpose of my entire project, not having combat, right, the one I'm working on right now, is specifically so I don't have to work on AI.
oh, I do not blame you at all, man. Designing AI just scares me. Like,
I just don't like coding enough to want to worry about doing AI.
it's just
Like I enjoy coding enough to like get the things done I needed to get done, but work on
yeah.
AI.
I like
No,
I
sir.
like building things, but trying to teach the computer to play my game is an absolutely maddening experience. Like, one of the things I was looking to do going into this mod was try and improve the AI because I mean I played all my life and like wow, this AI is terrible. It keeps building random units. Why does it keep building all these landers? But like looking into it, they did about as good a job as you're going to get for an all-purpose AI for like you could design a much better AI for like a very specific map and a very specific chapter, but then it would be kind of be worthless in anything else. Because what sort of units you need to build at any point in time is going to change on the situation on the map. So it's really hard to.
From what I could tell, at least in the first one, I thought that they did that decently. I noticed that, like, at least I'm pretty sure I noticed it in the fight with Sturm. Um, when I had air units, he would build air
Yeah.
stuff.
Well, like,
When I didn't, he would build less
well,
air
like
stuff.
the general stuff, like build infantry when you don't have any, build anti-air when you make planes, like stuff like that it can do. But like, it's the minor details. Like, it knows it needs to build air units, but it doesn't know where it needs to build air units. Like when I like playing through the final map in two, it's really funny because where the bases are located, I'll have a bunch of air units coming in from the right, and it'll be like, oh, I need to build air units. So it builds a bunch of air units from its bases, but the bases are on the whole other side of the map, so they don't do anything, and they're trapped. Like it's the nuances that are hard to do, and especially considering what you need at any point in time. Like I could turn up its priority for certain things, and I could make it marginally better just by changing priorities. But at the same time, it's also I also have to make a map that's I also have to design it so that it can not only play regular mode just fine, but also be able to do the pre-deployed stuff just fine, or where it's kind of like a mix where you get like very minor ability to build, but you still have lots of the game. They've definitely built the story mode so that the AI to try and compensate the AI a lot of the times, and I think it works just fine. You barely notice the problem in story mode. But if I was to like boot up like one of the maps I built, like the AI is so confused, it doesn't know what to do. It keeps building landers.
Yeah.
like I'm like it doesn't understand development phase at all. So like like I'll be building infantry every turn for like the first 5 turns, and like by turn 3 it stops building infantry and starts building landers and tanks and artillery, and it just can't keep up. It just doesn't develop its board, and I just immediately overwhelm it because I have all this money and property, and it doesn't because it just decided to throw some tanks at me. It decided to spend all of its infantry
Yeah,
money
I
on
mean,
tanks, and like
part of it as well is they don't want to design it too good, then people
yeah,
can't
I
beat it.
mean, I don't think maybe in future installments that could be an issue. But the way they've built their AI, I don't really think you can make it any better. That you can make it like you can make it marginally better. Like teach it that infantry is more important than it thinks it is, and to stop building transports it doesn't need. But other than that, you really can't do much. Which is partially, I mean, I imagine that's why they compensated him so much with the like the pathfinding is fine. It does a good job with that. Well, actually, sometimes it does a good job with that. The order in which it moves stuff is super weird. They programmed the movement order to be done by unit type. So it always moves each type of unit one by one in a certain order, then move on to the next one and keep going so forth and so on. But what that happens is a lot of the times certain units will end up just taking up space that other units need to be in and just sort of trip over each
Hmm.
other. Like there's one map. When you play two, let me look up the title. Look up the title. Okay, there'll be a mission called 2 Week Test. You'll be playing as Colon against Lash, and it'll be a defensive thing. Keep that in mind. When you run into it, the first time you play it, like, don't let it save, but the first time you play it, just don't build anything at all, and just watch what the AI does. It's hilarious.
2 week test, is it?
It'll be a Blue Moon mission. You'll be playing as Colon. You'll know when you hit it, but just keep in mind, just the first time you do it, don't build anything at all. Just sit there and watch it until time runs out. And watch what the AI does. It's hilarious. It doesn't know how to play the mission at all. Like, there's so much stuff you can't really account for with such a simple AI. It's kind of sad, but they did the best. They did a great job with what they had to work with.
Yeah, I mean, and then at the point, like that one thing you initially said, where it's like they needed aircraft on this side of the map, but they spawned on this side. Like, how do you make it know that it needs it over here and not over there? And there's just so much that goes into just that simple decision. There's a point where they just have to
Yeah,
stop.
and like you said, like I said, there's lots of other ways you can account for that to help smooth it over just by the way you design the story maps and what you give that can sort of compensate that stuff. And overall, I think it turns out just fine. Like you seem like you got through the first one just fine, and the other two play just as well, to be honest. It's only once you and that's the case with a lot of games really. It is until you actually look under the hood and see what's going on that you realize just how messed up everything is.
Or until you get to a
Or, yeah,
point where you're either particularly
or you just
familiar or
or you
particularly
just push it.
good.
You just push it really hard in a way that it wasn't prepared for, and just cracks.
Yeah. Because, like, for a first playthrough on the first one, I mean, there were a couple, I wasn't particularly trying to poke or prod them or pay any attention to how they acted. I could tell that once they got low, they, for whatever reason, like, once they got low, they would either A, run away, or if there wasn't really some reason, they would just stay where they were and not doing anything.
Yeah. So
I don't know what that was about, but
now, Advanced Campaign or just the hard mode Advanced Wars 1 is absolutely brutal. Like, if it wasn't for all of these really weird quirks about the game's AI, I don't even know how you'd complete it, to be honest. Because there's so many parts where the only way I could figure out how to work it was to just cheese, like the way it sends units away to repair and blocks up stuff. The fact that for some reason, it has its target priority tells it to kill transport units above absolutely anything else for any reason, no matter what's going on. It has to kill the transport units. I mean, it'll drop everything to do that. So I've had times where I'll just spam a bunch of APCs like over in a place and just have them build as they just like. There was one part where there was like a bunch of battleships somewhere, and what I did was I just took a base that was near the beach. I just started building APCs, and the battleships all came over to destroy the APCs and ignored my army as it moved over to the other side and stuff like that. I think it was an Olaf one, but yeah, just stuff like that. I mean, they probably should. I think they didn't design the hard mode very well for Advance Wars 1. 2's is actually really fun, but Advance Wars 1 is kind of a meme. But I can't imagine trying to have beaten it without that. Anyway,
what is the difference between normal and hard?
there's just so many. I mean, they just put tons of units all over the place. I mean, it's just to stack it against you. Um, like there's two really infamous ones. It's one of the combi ones, and the one where you have to fight. It was like the one where you have to fight Eagle after you beat Sturm. They put fog on, and you're surrounded by like bombers and stuff, like from the very start, and like it's ridiculous why they ever thought that was okay.
Yeah, that's where the fog one would always feel occasionally cheap, especially against. I think there was one against Eagle. Maybe it was someone else.
I think there was one
They'd
against
just
Eagle.
be like,
Yeah,
their most powerful units would just come out of nowhere. It's like, great, good thing I could prepare for that.
yeah. I mean, so they didn't actually program the AI to respect the fog. The computer is actually capable of seeing all of your units the whole time.
I mean, that's how AI always works,
Yeah,
regardless
I
of the
mean,
game. Even
yeah, but I wish that it didn't have to be that way. But to be fair, at the very least, they do respect that you're not allowed to attack units on a reef or a forest without actually being next to it. So even though they can still see them there, they won't attack it until something's next to it, just like you have to do. So they'll just
yeah, the only way I was able to get past those fog missions is just creep along
yeah,
the forest.
but they know you're there, so they'll send units like infantry or whatever to go run up next to your unit, so they're allowed to attack you. So it's
Yeah, they would always attack me with rockets, even though there was a very likely chance they could not see me, that I was just in range, but not
Yeah.
visual range, and they would shoot me with rockets.
I always pull up like a map whenever I played any of those. I don't feel bad if it's gonna cheat me. I want to know where it's shooting me from. Anyway, let's see. Where was I? Here we go. All right, on to the last of the four, the green Earth. So Eagle I mostly left the same. I just reworked both of his powers because one basically doesn't exist, and I really don't like why they changed double attack. So I reset his values back to what they were. Naval units are back to 80%. I also turned up his air units from 115 to 120 just because it makes the math smoother. And from this point onward, they just give Eagle 120 anyway. Probably for the same reason I wanted to change it. I changed his superpower so it's the same as it is in Advanced Wars 1. Just instead of 80-70, it's 80-80. But it also costs 6,000 instead of 5,000. So it's basically the same. But I gave him an entirely new little power. Instead of turning his air units to 13-13 for 3 stars, what it does now is it gives them 170 defense, 70 attack. See, the one problem with having an aerial CO is that air units basically get one shot by a bunch of silver bullets your opponent can easily just put out on you. So it makes it really hard to actually rely on them for anything besides quick duck and weaves, or just run in, use the super, and run out. At least this way, he has an option that, at the cost of not getting his double strike for a much longer period of time, he can just protect all of his units for one turn. Protect all of his air units for one turn.
How much does that one
It's still
cost?
3 stars. I turned down the
Okay.
attack so he can't just use it as a, like Combai's invincibility. So basically they'll do 30% damage to him and they'll do 70% back. But considering they're attacking something on terrain, it's going to be more like 50% to 30%. So the rate's pretty even. I mean, it's still in his favor, which it should be because he's spending meter for it. But this way he can bring in bombers and planes and all that, and they aren't just going to get one shot by artillery. I mean, not artillery, anti-air. Originally, I had it as 100 defense, well, I guess 200 defense, and 0 attack, but that freaks the game out if I lower anything more than 30%, and it causes the dossier to lock up. And I don't want to leave a soft lock in the game, even if it functionally does the thing I asked it to. So I had to redesign it again. But I think it's fine. Let's see, Drake. Drake I mostly left the same. Even though he's kind of underpowered, the main problem with him really wasn't that his stuff was bad so much as that ships were unusable, so it was like not having anything. So he's mostly just quality of life. I changed it so that his rain, along with his vision, is unrestricted by rain. Before, it was just his movement is unaffected by it, but he still gets the vision penalty, so that doesn't really make much sense to me. If he's going to be immune to something, he should just be immune to rain in general. So I kind of cheesed it. I didn't actually because I didn't want to actually program anything new in, so I just turned up his visibility by 1 whenever his power is active. So effectively, as long as it's his rain, it'll always give him the effect of not being affected by it, even if it program-wise isn't actually that case. If programming-wise that isn't actually the case? In this way, if you're for some reason in a Drake mirror, your rain can still have an effect on your opponent, and it won't just be empty, so at least has some use to it. So I feel like I can justify my lazy fix.
That makes sense.
turned his air back up. Originally I left it at 80 like it used to be, but then I turned it up to 90 because I wanted to try and improve all three of them a bit more from where they were because they're a little underpowered. And where I gave Eagle a little extra more attack, I think improving his air is a little bit better because of all of them, that of all the three weaknesses each of them have, air should kind of be makes the least amount of sense. As a Navy captain, even though aircraft carriers aren't in this game, they would technically exist and they are in future games. So he kind of should be able to use them even if he's not great. And 90 is still a pretty notable penalty. But I gave him back his 20% defense from the first game. I also put rain onto his little power, since for some reason that effect is missing.
I think that seems pretty fair, and I think summoning rain definitely makes it more interesting, and rain impacting another Drake but not you. Sure, it doesn't make sense, but I think functionally that's more important sometimes.
Yeah, I think giving his little power rain at least. I like to try and keep the big one and the little one somewhat equal. With the modular kind of powers that are more or less the same but with bigger numbers, it's kind of hard to balance them against each other. So I think this at least makes it a little closer. I probably wouldn't use his little power outside of the campaign or want to do cheesy stuff with fuel drain, but I think it's justifiable at least, and that's really all I can ask for. Last we have Jess. So I just did what she is in DS mode, where I turned her from 90 to 100 on her soldiers and put her vehicles well back up 10% to 120. Originally I had her sea and air units put down to 80 to match the other two, but then since I reneged on that, and in testing I found that while she felt really good in 3 base maps, on 2 base maps, she felt pretty bad just because how much bases compete between doing regular stuff and doing infantry. So I turned it up to 85, so at least they are just barely still deployable and still can perform their functions at an equalish level when she's forced to only have 2 bases and needs to rely on her ports and airports. I mean, she's a pretty simple character, though. I don't think there's really much that needs to be changed. Alright, and coming up on the final.
Oh, both are things do ammo,
Yeah.
not ammo and fuel, not just the big one? Okay.
For the final 4. First we have Flak, and like I said, I built Flak up from the ground up. I'm gonna post his alongside his change just so you can see what I did. I decided to. I like that I kept it thematic to what he was, while still giving him something that actually amounts to something. So, whereas before he was 15 luck and minus 10% bad luck, now I give all of his units have 15% extra power day to day, but their counterattack rate is decreased 10%. So, in other words, they only have the power bonus when he's attacking, but if someone attacks him, then he gets stunted. and then I took the luck bad luck values from his powers and then reapplied them into attack and counterattack changes,
Hmm.
just so I could keep it thematically the same. Oh wait, that no,
I think that's an interesting way to go about it.
I definitely was a lot more flavor focused on that one, but he's definitely feels a whole lot better to play. For a bit, I thought he was a bit too good. I had to change some stuff. Originally had a mechanic where it was counterattacks and capture rate was turned down, but kind of like with infantry, you just can't touch stuff like that without causing big problems. So I just removed it. See, how do I edit this? There we go. So each of the characters was designed to teach something, I believe. Black was kind of just a punching bag in the first one. Adder teaches you to manage your spaces because at any point he can randomly just push himself up, so you always have to watch where you are in position to your opponent. He teaches good space management. Last teaches you how to properly utilize your terrain and more effectively monitor what's going on and how it works with your opponent. And Hawk is just Hawk. He's also just kind of strong, but I guess you could say his giant meter and the cataclysmic effect that happens when it drops out. It teaches you to always check into the CO dossier and keep tabs on where it is so you don't accidentally proc it too early. I think overall, I think it was a good idea, but I don't think Flack and Adder had to be as bad as they did. This way, instead of just being a punching bag, Flack teaches the player the importance of the importance of first striking. Since his counterattacks are
Mm-hmm.
terrible, but his regular attacks are awesome, this way they'll be incentivized to take to the offense and go after them instead of trying to play defensively, which I think from the first mission is probably the most important thing they could learn. You don't want to be on the defensive in Advance Wars. All right. Now, Adder is a bit tricky, so I decided to give him a day-to-day power. And I basically spent the rest of his kit trying to figure out how to rebalance around it. So I made it so that all of his vehicles have +1 movement day to day. Originally, I had it as +1 everything, which is basically the idea was to give him the little power since he basically can spam it all the time anyway. Why not just give it to him regularly and just tune everything up again since he's demonstrably worse? But that just proved completely untenable because you can't give infantry plus movement on the day to day. It just completely breaks the game. So I changed it to his vehicles, and I think it's manageable, but if anything in this build definitely need to be reworked, it would be Adder. I don't have the data or ability to test on a wider scale to really see just what it can do, but
Mm-hmm.
I feel it feels balanced enough. It feels very strong. I just don't know if it's how much stronger than everything else, or if it is stronger than everything else at all. I'm I already have another solution I'm going to do instead in the future. I'm just going to leave this as is. I'm going to make him more like his clone character from DS, where his day-to-day power will be getting a attack bonus when he's sitting on a road. But that's something I'm going to have to
Hmm.
program in by hand. I don't know.
That that'll be pretty interesting.
It will be. I liked the idea of it because it makes a good trade-off because you don't want to be on a road because it leaves you extremely vulnerable. So it's the trade-off of how much
Mm-hmm.
you want the extra power or not. In DS, they gave him like 10%, and it's absolutely terrible. I think I'm going to make it more like 30%. I think that's about as much. I think that's about as much of a trade-off as I'd be willing to take for giving up my defense stars. But I don't have that right now, so I'm leaving the adder. The first draft of adder I made as is. He's definitely good, that's for sure, and he definitely feels great to play. But I don't know how. I'm not really sure how balanced he is. Since vehicles can't do anything, they can't. Since they can't capture or control anything in the same way. I mean, technically, transports kind of can. So, but tra- plenty of other characters have transport buffs, and that doesn't cause a problem. I haven't. If he breaks something, I haven't figured out what yet. I guess that's the gist of it. But it's
Yeah, with something like range, it's harder to put into
yeah,
pure
you can't. You really
numbers.
can't. You just have to get good and figure it out. He seems fine to me, or at least he seems like he can play with the others fine. And since he feels good to play, I'm gonna leave him as is until I feel like I need to. Especially since I'm not gonna keep this change in the first place. I'm just gonna leave it as a fun thing for this. So, so in return, I jacked up his meters quite a bit to justify it, since it technically all stacks. I also gave his superpower that terrain penalty ignore ability Lash and Sturm have for the turn, since it feels really bad compared to his little power that you can just spam. So now it actually has some use against it.
Yeah, that's a very big
Well,
addition,
I also, oh,
especially with some
I also
movement.
turned down the movement on his power because before it would be +1 on his day day and then +2 on his big. Instead of being at +1, +2, +3 like what would have happened if kind of like Grit if I had left him alone, I turned the other two back down. So the little power grants him +1 on everything except everything goes to 2 except his soldiers, which only go to 1. So it's just a blanket +1. Then the SCOP does exactly that, but gives the +2 to the infantries, and then gives this. For 6 stars, though, that's kind of a lot. Whereas when Lash gets her ignore penalties, she also turns her units up stupid high for the turn. He doesn't get any way to make his units better. I don't know. Yeah, like you said, it's a hard thing to put in numbers. I'd have to see how it works. But that's where I'm leaving him for now. Alright. Lash, I didn't change much at all. I made her little power a little cheaper, and then I removed that terrain ability from her bigger power, so that if you want to get the terrain, you have to use the little one. But the little one's better now, and it isn't affected by weather anymore. I think her big power is a little bit too much even for 7, but I think now it's fine. I don't think she needs much changes though. I think she's great as she is.
Yeah, that's really not much at all.
She's about right where I want her from the get-go. Wait a minute. Why'd you do that? That's not what I copied. Alright, Hawk I left unchanged. But for completeness sake, put his stat list here. And last but not least, we have Sturm. So, originally I made him like he was in Versus. Then I decided I'd try to make him more like his original form because it's ultimately a worse stat line and better justifies not only it feels a bit more in character than making him a super defensive one. And enter. There we go. Than what he was before. So now both rain and snow changes perfect movement. He has a 130-80 stat line like he did in Advanced Wars 1 story mode. The big problem with him, like I mentioned earlier, is that he can interrupt capture phase, and that's kind of the big issue with it, having perfect movement all the time. It's not really that broken. It's not really a great ability, to be honest. It's all right. It has its uses periodically, but having it all the time makes it incredibly broken. So I fixed it just by giving him a really targeted nerf and cutting his recon movement down by 2. His recons are still much better than they were compared to anyone else's, just because how hard tires get hurt. But now the range is only 6, so it moves about as far as a tank would. So it's only as disrupting as a tank would be, which really isn't only barely any different, to be honest. So I think he feels much better now. I also gave him a little power, so he actually has a big one and a little one now. There was an unused thing in the game that I was able to just plug in for that. I don't know why, but I guess they just felt it was better to have the one, since they were effectively the same thing, just one does more damage. And then I took off all of the unit buffs he gets from using it, so it's just the meteor and nothing else.
Okay, and you did the 4 damage.
Yeah, well, he has both. Again. You can pay 5 stars for the 4 damage version, or pay 9 stars for the 8 damage version. Let me poster it here. But he doesn't get his units buffed by it. So he's stuck with 130-80 units, which are really fragile and hard to use. But because of the terrain ignoring, he can take advantage of their aggression in a really interesting way. They're very synergistic, but
yeah, it does.
Honestly, I might even buff him a little bit. Out of all the characters, he felt the most underwhelming after my changes, based on how I perceived him going to be. But he still felt very playable.
It's better than being SS.
Yeah. I'm kind of interested to see what it would be like to play the story mode like this now.
I mean, also one thing to mention as well, he might have felt underwhelming, but what you're feeling of them is like even if you're trying to actively ignore it, there's still a subconscious element to it where it's like, he feels a little underwhelming, even though he could be very powerful, just not
That's
his
true.
old SS tier
That's
powerful.
True. I guess a better way to put it is that I felt like I struggled more compared to what I thought he was going to end up as, compared to the other units where they pretty much ended up exactly where I thought they were going to be. I don't think he's bad.
Struggle more like
yeah, like I was playing it. Like every time I finished one, I ran it up against a CPU Hawk, just as a quick test to see if the changes were implemented properly and if everything works right. And of all the ones I did, running with Sturm definitely felt the most underwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's bad by any stretch. His abilities are incredible, but
It just doesn't feel right.
it's very hard. Well, it was very hard to push it. I was able to push in pretty well, but everything just dies. At 80 defense, stuff dies just so fast. It was very hard to hold and maintain position than I was used to with most characters.
And would 90 be too
Oh,
much,
no, 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 no.
or would you have to bring the attack back down?
If I was going to change the stat line, I would give him his versus mode 80, 120. I'm just going to leave him as is. If I was actually, I think if I was going to give him a buff, I would lower the cost on his powers a little bit, maybe. I don't think you can change the stat line unless you just give him an entirely new one. So there's actually a character in DS that has his stat line to the T, just with no terrain penalty movement, and he's really awful. So I mean, the data is definitely there that it's not a good stat line, and it's basically the trade-off for having such a great power.
Why did you make it 130/80 when his other one was
No, the other
120?
one is 138.
All
So in the story mode, he's 130/80, but then they made a second version of him for the versus mode that's 80/120. Yeah.
okay.
Um.
Wait, so then why is it say Strum old, all units attack and defense 120?
Oh. That's when I say old, I meant I did that for all the characters. The old is what's in Vanilla, Advance Wars 2, and new is the version I made.
Yeah, that's why did you change it to be such a disparity rather than even?
Well, because that's what he is in Advance Wars 1. I wanted to make him as he used to be.
Okay. Now I got you.
In the new one I'm going to build, I'm going to turn him back to 8120. I like it better as a stat line, but but I can justify it more because I'm going to add in a character from DS. I'm going to add in that character from DS, somewhat fixed, so that way I can I can have him fill in that design space, so I can give Sturm back to 8120, which is the version of him I liked more, even though it doesn't fit as well for his general personality, but I can now justify it with story stuff, so we'll see.
Okay, that makes sense.
And that is just about everything. Besides the maps, but that's kind of its own shtick. There's nothing really to
Yeah, that
explain.
we've
You
already,
can They're pretty self-explanatory.
other than just
Yeah.
playing them. Yeah, so I think we'd have to have a separate thing where we verse each
Yeah,
other.
well, I'm game to play whenever you are. I'll just have to figure out how to make it
Yeah,
work.
I think we can figure that out on another time because we've been going for 5 hours.
Has it really? Dang. Well
Yeah.
then.
But yeah, we definitely. I don't know how we're gonna do it.
I'm sure it's possible. I'll just have to look into it for a bit.
Yeah, I've never done any sort of network playing with emulation, so that's gonna be something I'll have to figure out as well.
Alright. Yeah, I need a cough drop. My throat is thrashed.
Yeah, this is. I really like what I'm seeing though, even though I don't have any multiplayer experience. Just from a design perspective,
Yeah,
it's all
this has
extremely.
more been just a project for developing myself more than anything. I just picked Advance Wars because it's something I like, and
So is your goal with it, other than making a good Advance Wars mod, like your long term, you want to be the more designer this side of stuff rather than a coder,
I
blah blah
mean,
blah.
I mean that's always the dream, but I highly doubt I'll ever be at a point where I can't afford to not be the main programmer.
Yeah, I guess if you're on a team or something, it's working solo stuff's
Yeah,
obnoxious. Sometimes you just want to focus on one part, but you have to do 500 other tasks
yep.
first.
I mean, it's not that big a deal. I mean, I knew what I was signing up for, but I highly doubt I would ever have the opportunity to just design stuff primarily unless I like was at a
Worked at a larger
yeah, I was like
studio.
at a established. I mean, it wouldn't have to be like a big one, just definitely an established studio rather than just by myself or with a group of enthusiasts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hmm.
This is, I mean, everything you said, as someone who is not experienced in the multiplayer realm of this, I think from my perspective, your justifications and everything makes sense, as well as with my experience with the game. I can see how the initial problems were problems and how your solutions are fixes to the problems, not just mindless nerfs.
Yeah.
Very
Well, I've also had like I've also
purposeful.
had almost a decade to ponder it, so I'm probably a bit more qualified than if I was just to jump into a brand new idea.
That's very even thinking. The, this character was S tier for the past 10 years.
I guess I'll probably just put it up on ROM hacking or something. Maybe put like a post in a subreddit or something to talk about it. I'll just let people do whatever they want with it. I mean, at this point, my focus is more on when I'm making the full thing. It's going to be a bit different. I don't think.
Yeah, and a lot of this phase is just learning how to everything works so that you can do the
Yeah,
rest.
I think mechanically it'll be generally the same. But the one main thing,
Which I no, go ahead.
the primary thing I want to do is to redesign the power system so that instead of having a big one and a little one, you just have two powers and you just sort of pick. I think that would,
So like generally equal.
yeah, generally equal. But because on it, part of why I do like Advance Wars 1 more is that besides the balance is that I was okay with having powers in the game, but the superpowers kind of get to a point they do feel a bit swingy once they start really going off in the late game. I like to bring it down a bit, and this way I can keep things interesting. Instead of it just being thing and bigger thing, it can be one. I can basically take the power, split a lot of them. I can just take the power, split it in half, and make one do the one thing, like one do the other. Like I take Max and I take his super and make it into two different powers where one is a big damage buff and one is a big movement buff, but you have to pick stuff like that.
I think that would be substantially more
Yeah,
interesting.
especially since I'm not going to try and adhere to any spirit of the original game since I'm not going to I don't consider this Advance Wars 2 I'm not going to consider it Advance Wars 2 anymore. I'll just kind of do whatever I want. So,
Yeah, I think if you could get that to work, that would be way more interesting because I think stuff that's decisions like that are much more fun than just better or
I actually
worse.
have figured out already a way to make a split power work. I just need to clean it up a little visually. And that's part a large reason why I'm going at it right now because I know at the very least I can get that part done. New units and the new story, new story, new characters. I'll figure that out as I go along. I already have a gist of it. Other people have done it before, so it's not like it's impossible. So I know the basic mechanics, which is the main driving force behind why I want to do it. is already something I can do. I just have to sit down and type it out.
Yeah, I wonder if anything you've done would crash in the campaign.
It won't crash,
Specifically,
but
specifically things done with black hole, void, whatever guys. Because if they're like AI is very dependent on doing this specific thing, and then
um,
it's completely different if it
okay.
just freaks out and
Um,
soft locks.
it's not going to cause any like technical errors. Some of the maps aren't going to work exactly as intended, but that's less because of how I rebalanced the cast and more because how I changed where ships can move. I mean, that is by far the biggest thing that's going to change maps than anything else I did. Like I know there's one map where there's a bunch of battleships sitting in an enclosure and you have to go destroy them, and they're
But the
yeah, but
bridges.
they're held in by bridges, so the moment the map starts, they're all going to just fly around like wild chickens. That's gonna.
That
I
sounds
mean, to be
horrible.
fair, it wasn't designed to balance around the story mode, so it's probably. I'm sure it's very much still beatable because the ships don't have any ammunition. That's the whole thing, and they have no way to get more ammunition. If anything, they'll probably just run themselves out of fuel. So, I think the map is. I think the map is isn't going to be broken. It's still very much completable, but it's going to be a very different experience. I'll probably just go through it just to see what happens one day, just to see because I think it would be funny. But
That would be very interesting to
I'll be,
see.
that'll be for a later time. I'm gonna I'm gonna take a bit of a break and get some more of my backlog cleared out. I'm a little programmed out.
Yeah, it seems like you've done a lot. I'm very impressed with what
Well, I
I'm
thank
seeing.
you. I've definitely God. I think I'm I think I started the game I'm on like a month and a half ago and I still haven't finished it. Well, I guess besides this, I did complete Advance Wars 2 campaign twice just to look through some stuff when I was doing some AI research. So I mean,
And that was probably a particularly sizable amount of
yeah,
time.
that's why I know how the that's probably pretty much how I know how exactly the maps are all going to break in the specific ways they will. Because I went and saw them semi recently. All right then. Well,
Yeah,
that's the mod.
we're, yeah, we're gonna have to figure out when we're gonna try and figure out the whole
Sure,
versus thing. But
we'll figure it
for
out.
now, I need to eat.
Same here. Well,
Yeah, I really look forward to what you do with
yeah.
it, though.
Well, thank you. I look forward. I look forward to it as well. I'll be very glad to finally be reach the summit of this mountain.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'll
Yeah,
catch you another
same.
day.
Been fun.
Well,
Later, man.
later.